Ring 2, you are now going live in 15 seconds. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Championships. This is Kit Miller announcing for today's championships. We're very excited today to be bringing you a competition full of poomsae and a great kicking challenge. We have a team of wonderful referees here with us today, and we'll be getting started shortly here in Ring 2. Starting off today, we will have the female 10 to 11 poomsae finals, followed by the male 12 to 14-year-old poomsae finals. Give us just a moment while we get all of our athletes situated, and then we'll take a moment to introduce you to our great team of referees. So once again, this is 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We're grateful for everybody joining us today. In Ring 2, starting off, we'll have the female youth black belt poomsae finals, followed by the male 12 to 14-year-old poomsae prelims and semis. Give us just a moment. We have all of our athletes getting situated in the room, and we will get started in just a moment. Joining us in Ring 2 today, we have a great team of judges joining us. Excellent experience today for our team of referees. Very excited to have them here. Across competition today, we have 11 international referees joining our great team. So thank you to everyone, whether it's morning or evening from where you are at. Today we have in Ring 2, Tuan Nguyen joining us from Seattle, Washington. Thank you for being here, ma'am. We also have Daniel Demars from Anjou, Quebec, Canada. Great once again to have you at another competition, sir. Joining from Iran, we have Mohammed Kamal Abbasi, a 7th Dan with about 40 years of experience. Very excited to have you here, sir. Also, Rahim Safaye from Tehran. Good of you to join us, sir. Appreciate you coming, even though you're currently going through some battles with cancer. We're grateful to have you here and always thinking of you. Joining us from Des Moines, Iowa is Richard Poole, recently promoted. Congratulations, sir. Zoe Munoz. Also excellent of you to come along for today. She started doing Taekwondo when she was 3 years old and is graduating later or this summer. So congratulations. And also we have Katie Czar joining us from Vermont. She has a lot of great outdoor hobbies I'll be sharing with you guys throughout the day. So appreciate all of you being here. As I mentioned, our competition will be getting started in just a moment. Today, we're kicking off Ring 2 with Poomsae competition, the female 10 to 11-year-old finals. Later on in the day, we'll also have some of the great kicking challenges and Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae wrapping up later on. So please continue to join us throughout the day. Give us just a moment while we get all of our athletes situated. And thank you to our great team of judges and referees. Couple of friendly reminders for our athletes. Please always remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. That will help your fellow competitors have a quality experience and allow the judges to focus on their competition. Please remember to set your Zoom name to the competitor's name. It's very important to help us with the logistics. Please remember no virtual backgrounds or effects. We understand folks are joining us from various locations. Please remember to stay in the frame during your performance. If for any reason there are technical difficulties, the judges may ask for you to restart your form. Don't worry, you will not be penalized for that. To help with the quality of the experience, please remember to have other folks who may be joining you in the room to turn off their internet-enabled devices. All competitors are asked to stay in the Zoom meeting till the round results are announced. And then once those results are announced, you can leave the room. Thank you to all of our competitors. We'll get started in just a moment. Starting off today in the female youth black belt division, we will have Brizaya Meza followed by Sahana Mahesh. As a reminder for today's live online championship. The Poomsae competition scoring is the same as the World Taekwondo rules, with major and minor deductions applying, consistent with the same thing that you would see in an in-person tournament. There is one modification for the online format. If a competitor needs to, they can readjust in order to stay in the frame without receiving a deduction. However, if a competitor does go outside the frame and the judges cannot see their technique, that is a 0.1 deduction. Other than that, it is the same rules that will apply for this competition. We're looking for accuracy and presentation skills. Our first competitor today is going to be Brazia Mesa, who is joining us from Riverside Applied Learning Center. Her favorite thing is art, while her least favorite is reading, but she also enjoys painting canvases in addition to performing martial arts.
Cadet, Concl, 준비, 시작. 바로. Cadet, Concl. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazia from Team Forge, performing our first Poomsae of the day in Ring 2. Give the judges just a moment. They will enter their scores and we will share them on the screen. Miss Mesa is the oldest sister out of 3, so setting a great example by doing Taekwondo and performing today. starting off with an accuracy score of 2.43. Combined with a presentation score of 3.77, that starts off with a 6.20. Since this is a final round, Ms. Brazia will perform her second Poomsae.
준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
Performing her second Poomsae, that was Brazia Mesa joining us from Team Forge. She started off the competition today performing Taeguk 6 and receiving a 6.20. She just completed Taeguk 5, Taeguk Ojang. And receiving a 2.5 for accuracy. Combined with the 3.7 for presentation, that's another 6.20. And that starts us off with our competitors today for the female 10 to 11-year-old Poomsae finals. Our next competitor up is Sahana Mahesh. Sahana is from Oak Meadow.
Carry up. Carry up. Clean. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
Thank you, Sahana. That was Sahana's first Poomsae in this finals round, performing Taeguk 6. As I mentioned, Sahana used to go to Oak Meadow before the coronavirus delayed things, but she's continuing to study and really enjoys math, and in her free time, biking and watching TV. Starting off, accuracy score of 2.80, combined with a 4.03. That starts off with a 6.83, and will now perform Taeguk 5, Taeguk Ojang.
carry up. 시작. 시작. 바로.
Thank you, Sahana. Sahana started off this round of the finals with a 6.83 for her Taeguk Yukjeon performance. Adding to that, 2.67 for her accuracy for Taeguk 5. .67 will combine in just a moment with her presentation scores. And of course, the two Poomsae scores will come together to determine her ranking thus far. She's our second competitor today in this finals division. Our next competitor will be Madeline O. Just a moment, we'll see the scores for Sahana update as our judges finish entering them. And combined with a 3.83 for presentation, that's Taeguk 5 score of 6.50, giving a final Poomsae score of 6.67. Thank you, Ms. Mahesh. Next up, we will have Madeline O.
Is the volume working? Okay, perfect.
Yes, thank you.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
And that was Madeline O performing her first Poomsae in the Female Youth Black Belt Finals. As a reminder, there's accuracy and presentation scores. Accuracy is a total of 4 points and presentation a total of possible of 6. Those are then combined to help determine the score, with the highest and the lowest from the judges being dropped. So starting off today with a 2.63 for accuracy. Yeah, 3.77 for presentation. So starting off with a 6.40, she is our 3rd competitor today and will now perform Taeguk 5.
시작. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작. 경례.
And that was Madeline O from Park Taekwondo Academy, starting off with a 6.40 for Taeguk 6. She will now perform Taeguk 5 for the judges. Correction, my apologies. She received a 6.40 for her first performance and has just received a 6.47 for Taeguk 5. Finishing off this round with 6.44. Thank you, Madeline. Next up will be Noel On.
시작. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
And that was Noel On performing Taeguk 6. Receiving a 3.03 for accuracy. Once we have the scores for Noel for Taeguk 6, she will then perform Taeguk 5. And receiving a 7.10 today for her first Poomsae performance. Good work, Noel.
차렷. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례.
And thank you, Noel. As a reminder, she had previously performed Taeguk 6 and received a 7.10, just performed Taeguk 5. Judges will be entering their accuracy and presentation scores. The highest and the lowest score will be dropped, with the remaining 3 scores averaged. So starting off, accuracy score for her second Poomsae is 3.07. Combined with a 4.0, 7.07 for Taeguk Ojan. Final Poomsae score for Miss An today is 7.09. Next on deck will be, apologies, we have our standing showing now. First up is Noel An, second Sahana, and then third is Brazia. And this is just as we work through our division today, which has 7 competitors.
Okay.
And next up, we have Emma Navarro. And just a quick note, there was a brief gap in the standings, which we will correct in just a moment.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
And that was Miss Emma Navarro joining us here in the female youth 10 to 11-year-old black belt finals division. Emma just earned her black belt in January, and we congratulate her for that, joining us today. She's starting off with a 3.0 accuracy score, combined with a 4.0 that receives a 7.0 for her Taeguk 6 performance. Up next, Emma will perform Taeguk 5.
시작. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작. 경례.
And that was Emma Navarro from Elite Taekwondo Center. Emma is an all-around athlete. She enjoys CrossFit training, running, and even gymnastics in addition to her Taekwondo training. Her first performance today was a 7.0. Combine that with a 6.80, and she receives a 6.9 in this final round. Just a moment, we will display the standings as a correction to the ones displayed in just a little bit ago. We had to make an update and we'll get that resolved. We have a number of folks joining us from around the world to help make our competition today work well, and just working out a minor update that was needed. After Emma, Kata Orion will be joining us. Kata, who will be performing next, is a 5th grader at the Lead Mine Elementary School. Like many of the students, she has a tie between math and art. However, her least favorite is her science, which is understanding. She does enjoy playing with her dogs and also listening to K-pop. Next up is Kata Orion.
시작. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
And that was Kata Orion from MCMA. First Poomsae today, Taeguk 6, Taeguk Yukjan. We are working our way through the female youth black belt Poomsae finals here at the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Kata receives a 2.93 for her accuracy score. And a 3.87 that combines for 6.80 for Taeguk 6. In just a moment, she'll be performing Taeguk 5.
Chariot. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 경례.
And again, that was Cadet Mushi Orion, one of our great female youth 10 to 11-year-old black belts performing today in the Poomsae Finals. Her mom gave her the cute nickname of Mushi when it was younger and has stuck around, even though she's as tall as her coach and her mom already. Her first performance today is 6.80 for Taeguk 6. And 3.03 for accuracy on her second Poomsae. As a reminder, you'll see 2 scores in red because the highest and lowest score are dropped while the remaining 3 are averaged. We'll combine that accuracy score with her presentation to see how she performed. There we go. Taeguk 5, receiving a 7.0. So overall final score of a 6.9 for Cadet Orion. Next up, we will have Evelyn Chung. The standings today so far of our 6 competitors. First up so far is Noel An, followed by Emma Navarro, Cadet Orion, Sahana Mahesh at 4th standing, Madeline O, and then Brazia Meza. As competitors compete, you'll see the standings updated. And on to our next competitor in this female youth black belt finals division.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
And that was Evelyn Chung joining us. Receiving a 3.13 for first performance today. Taeguk Yukjan. And a 7.20 overall for Taeguk 6. Next up, she will perform Taeguk 5.
차렷. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례.
And that was Evelyn Chung. She's our final competitor for the female youth black belt Poomsae finals. Started off with a 7.20 for Taeguk Yukjan and just performed Taeguk Ojan, receiving a 3.13 for accuracy. Grateful for all of the great performances today. Evelyn, 7.23 for Taeguk 5 combined. That comes up to 7.22 for her final Poomsae score. Great work to all of the young women who joined us for this division. We'll have the final scores up in just a moment. And there we have the rankings on the screen for this final division. First up was Evelyn Chung, followed by Noel An, and third place, Emma Navarro and Kaden Orion. Congratulations to all of our competitors for the outstanding work. After this division, we will have the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae preliminaries and semifinals. Again, thank you to the tournament committee as well as to our team of judges joining us here in Ring 2 to help make this a successful first round. If you're just joining us, this is the National Collegiate Taekwondo Association's 2021 live online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Next up on deck here in Ring 2, we will have the male cadet black belt Poomsae preliminaries. Later on in the day, also in this ring, we'll have a nice kicking challenge, something that's being brought to you by the NCTA team in order to help some of our sparring athletes continue to maintain and challenge themselves with their kicking skills, even though we are unable to have very many live competitions right now. Give us just a moment. We'll be right back with that next division. For all of our competitors today, a couple of reminders. We're grateful to have you here at the live online Poomsae Championships. Few reminders, please remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Please take a look at them for a moment. Make sure that your competitor name is showing up as your Zoom name. That will help us make sure that you are brought in at the appropriate time. Please, no virtual backgrounds or effects. And remember, during the course of your performance, to stay in the frame. If we do have any technical difficulties, you will not be penalized if the judges ask you to perform your Poomsae a second time. To help with the quality, please remember to have anyone who's also in the area turn off their internet-enabled devices. Please remember for all athletes to stay in the Zoom meeting until the final results are announced. And then after the announcement of the final results, please remember to leave the room. We'll be getting started in just a moment. Just a reminder, this is a preliminary round, so we have 23 competitors. Top 12 competitors will move on to the semifinals. For all of our athletes, please make sure to pay attention to your call order and be prepared. Starting off today is going to be Jake Badal, followed by Ethan On. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Thank you for joining us for the Male Cadet Black Belt Division. We have 23 competitors coming up and a great team of referees who have joined us in order to help us have a great competition. Across the rings today, we have 11 referees joining us from international locations. Here in Ring 2, we have referees from across the United States, such as Seattle, Washington, Des Moines, Iowa, Fort Worth, Texas, and Vermont. And also some referees joining us from Canada, Tehran, and Iran. And we're all very grateful that they were able to join us today. And starting off the division today is Jake Badal.
체육, 흥행, 준비, 시작. 바로. 저기요. 휘닝. 쉬어.
And that was Jake Botto from YH Park Taekwondo Academy. As a reminder, since this is the preliminaries, each athlete will perform their Poomsae once and receive their scores. Top half of the division will move on to the semifinals. As the scores are displayed, you'll notice that accuracy and presentation scores, there will be a high and a low that are marked in red. The top and the lowest score are dropped and the remaining three are averaged together.
I really like their personality. They're so kind to. I want to raise my son.
And out of a possible 4 points, he's receiving a 2.93 for accuracy. Just a moment, we'll see the presentation score, which is out of a maximum of 6 points. There are 3 categories that the judges are looking for. Their power and speed, rhythm and flow, and overall expression of ki or their energy. All of the athletes today in the Poomsae preliminaries for the male cadet black belts will be performing Taeguk Paljam, Taeguk 8. Once we have the scores for Jake Brau, Ethan On will be next up. Then as we flow through this division, we'll periodically show the standings so the athletes can see how they're coming along, since we do have 23 competitors. And receiving a 3.93 for presentation. So Jake starts us off today in this division with a 6.87. Next, we have Ethan On. So today in the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae preliminary division, we have 23 competitors. Top half of those competitors will move on to the semifinal round. We're on to our second competitor now, and that is Ethan On, joining us from Eagles Taekwondo.
저기요. 휘닝. 준비. 책. 흥이,
And that was Ethan An from Eagle Taekwondo performing Taeguk Paljang. After Ethan, Caden Ho will join us. As a reminder, each competitor here in this preliminary round will perform a single Poomsae, which will be scored by our great team of judges that are joining us from around the world. Ethan today is scoring a 2.53 and a 3.80 for presentation. Combined score of 6.33. Next up is Caden Ho.
서유, 흥이, 준비, 시작. 바로, 서유, 흥이, 시험.
So Caden Ho performing Taeguk 8, Taeguk Paljang as we work our way through our male 12 to 14-year-old preliminaries. Since this is a preliminary division, we'll have scores for Caden, which will help determine the standings. And we have, after Caden, we have 20 remaining athletes. Great group of competitors today. Caden receives a 6.90. Thank you, Caden. Next up is Alfredo Lopez Salaz. Our standings so far for our first three competitors is Caden Ho followed by Jake Baudo, and then Ethan Ha. Throughout the division, you'll see the updates for the preliminaries with the top half of the competitors moving on to the semifinals. Our next competitor, Alfredo Lopez Solaz, is joining us from Cedar Valley Middle School. In addition to Taekwondo, he also enjoys playing piano, violin, and soccer. He's joining us from Austin, Texas, and absolutely loves living down there in Texas. All right, so give us just a moment. We're working out some logistics. We may have to jump ahead to our next competitor. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. You're joining us for the Male Cadet Black Belt Division. Preliminary division that we are currently working our way through. We have 23 competitors in this particular division. The top 12 will move on to the semifinals round. For today's preliminary division, all of our athletes will be performing one Poomsae that will determine their scores in the overall rankings. As a reminder, the mechanics of the scoring, we take a look at their accuracy and their presentation. Accuracy scores are good for up to 4 points, where it's performed live as the Poomsae is performed with a major or a minor deduction depending on the performance. And then also the presentation scores. There are 3 categories, each worth 2 points for a total of 6 points possible. The judges are looking at each athlete's power and speed, their overall rhythm and flow, and then of course their expression of ki, which is their energy. For both preliminaries and semifinals, the athletes perform a single Poomsae, but once we get over to the finals, which is the top 8 competitors, those making it to the final will have to perform 2 additional Poomsaes. And we are now ready with our next competitor joining us from Team Forge.
Cheerio. Hey. Can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the athlete doesn't seem to hear me.
We can hear you now, sir.
Okay, thank you. Cheerio. Concl. Jack. Chill.
Stop. It was foul.
Chill. Let's start over. Cheerio. Concl. 준비. 시작! 바로! 저요! 형이! 쉬어!
And that was Alfredo Lopez Salas joining us from Texas Forge. We have a number of competitors from Texas Forge as well, and thank you for being patient with us while we work through some of the logistics. Alfredo just performed Taeguk 8, Taeguk Paljang. He's joining us and also goes to school at Cedar Valley Middle School. In addition to competing here, he also placed third place at the US Open and has enjoyed going with his team to the Canada Open and receiving gold there as well. After Alfredo will be Ethan Cohen. And today we have the male cadet black belt Poomsae Preliminaries, which you are watching here on our live stream for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. The entire NCTA team has worked hard to bring live online tournaments to everyone while we're all quarantined a bit. Today, Alfredo started off with 3.10 accuracy score. Combined with presentation score of 4.10, he receives a 7.20, so moves up well in the standings. So thank you to Alfredo. And next up is Ethan.
저요! 형이! 준비! 시작! 바로! 저요! 형이! 쉬어!
And that was Ethan Cohen from YH Park Taekwondo Academy, one of our many competitors in the male cadet black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Ethan is one of a number of competitors joining us from YH Park Taekwondo Academy. So special thank you to the school for having so many great athletes with us today. After Ethan, our next athlete will be Paul Algaria. All of our athletes in the division today are performing Taeguk 8, Taeguk Paljang. Ethan receives 2.67 accuracy score. That'll be combined with his presentation score in just a moment. As a 3.63 for presentation, that combines for 6.30, placing him 5th in the standings. And the standings so far, starting off up at the top is Alfredo Lopez Salaz, followed by Caden Ho, then Jake, Ethan On, and Ethan Cohen. As we move our way through this division of 23 athletes, you'll see the standings update as their scores come in. It's great work, gentlemen, so far. Next up is Paul Elerga.
저기요. 그게 준비. 시작. 바로. 저기요. 그게
From Alpha Taekwondo, Chirigi, that was Paul Alaria. Apologies if I have mispronounced your name, sir. This is the male cadet black belt Poomsae Preliminaries division. We may ask Paul to redo his performance today. However, we need to make sure that he is not muted. Oh, we are giving the judges just a moment.
The sound turn on.
Paul, if you could help us out for just a moment and make a sound or key up so we can see if your sound is working.
What?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
we can
you.
hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. 저기요. Oops. 저기요. 그게 준비. 체력, 흥행, 시험.
And thank you, Paul, for performing your Poomsae a second time. As a reminder, if there are technical issues, the judges may ask an athlete to perform their Poomsae a second time in order to get a good judging in on their performance. Today, Paul starts off his accuracy score of a 2.67. That'll be combined with his presentation score for Taeguk Paljang. Paul is joining us from Alpha Taekwondo and receives 3.73 for a combined score of 6.40, puts him fourth in the standings. Next up, we will have Anderson Dang. As a reminder, in between each athlete, we will display the standings. And Anderson Dang is next.
체력, 흥행, 준비, 시작. 바로. 체력, 흥행, 시험.
And that was Anderson Dang from Bayside Championships Taekwondo. It's one of our many competitors in the male cadet black belt Poomsae division. We're working our way through the preliminaries. Anderson starts off with an accuracy score of 3.07. After Anderson, we have 16 additional competitors in this division. Anderson receiving a 4.10 for presentation for a combined 7.17 for his Taeguk 8 performance. That puts him second in the standings. Right behind Alfredo Lopez Salas, who has a 7.20. Great work for all of our competitors thus far. And next up is Lucas Tan.
체력, 흥행, 준비, 시작. 바로. 체력, 흥행, 시험.
And that was Lucas Tan from Team Kim Boyoung In addition to Taekwondo, Lucas also enjoys ping pong, golf, and reading. Lots of great hobbies to have. Lucas is one of our many competitors today in the male cadet black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Just a moment, we'll see his accuracy score, and then that'll get combined with his presentation score. It'll show us how he did for Taeguk 8. We have 23 competitors today in the preliminaries. Top half will move on to the semifinals. We'll have a little break in the ring before we move on to the finals for the male 12 to 14-year-olds. A lot of great work by our athletes coming to us from across the US. After we receive Lucas's scores, we'll move on to Brandon Melendez. So again, that was Lucas Tan from Team Kim Boyen. Our judges are in the process of entering the scores, which we'll display in just a moment. As a reminder, the highest and the lowest of the accuracy and the presentation scores are dropped, with the remaining 3 scores being averaged. Since we are in the preliminary division, all of our athletes are performing 1 Poomsae. We have 23 competitors. Top 12 competitors will move on to the semifinals round. After the semifinals, the top 8 will then move on to the finals. However, since we do have our athletes competing 3 rounds, we will have them take a brief break in between, get some rest and ready. If you weren't here for the introductions earlier, we have a lot of great referees helping us out today. We have Twa Nguyen, who's from Seattle, Washington, as well as Daniel Damaris from Anjou, Canada, Mohammed Kamal Abbasi from Iran, and Rahim Safei from Tehran. We also have Richard Poole from Des Moines, Iowa, and Zoe Munoz from Fort Worth, Texas, as well as Katie Czar from Vermont. That's in addition to a wonderful tournament committee team that's been working hard behind the scenes in order to help all of the athletes have a great competition. Give us just a moment, Lucas, and we will have your scores up on the screen. The referees are just working out a little technical issue. In addition to the Poomsae competition, today we also have a great kicking challenge which the team came up with. It's the first time the NCTA is doing a sparring combination challenge at an online event. We hope that some of you will stick around for in ring 2. That kicking challenge will be taking place later this afternoon, starting at about 3:15, depending on how quickly everything progresses today. We have a couple of divisions of kicking challenges. For this division, the male cadet black belt, we are in the preliminaries. Lucas Tan has performed and the judges are working out a minor technical issue in the background. After Lucas, we'll have Brandon Melendez and the remaining 15 competitors. All of our competitors have been working hard to keep their skills polished, even though we have a lot of quarantine and challenges happening. If you're new to watching the Poomsae competition, there's a very detailed process for the mechanics of the scoring. Athletes are scored on both their accuracy and their presentation. For their accuracy score, it's total possible 4 points. There are major and minor deductions. Major deductions are 0.3, minor deductions are 0.1. That accuracy is scored as the Poomsae is performed live. We also have presentation points available. There are 3 categories: power and speed, rhythm and flow, and also expression of ki, which is energy. 3 categories are worth 2 points each for a total of 6 points. And during preliminaries and semifinals, each athlete performs a single Poomsae. However, once athletes move on to a final round, they then have to perform 2 Poomsaes back to back, which are scored and then combined. If you join us this afternoon for the kicking challenge, each of the sparring combination challenges will involve 30 seconds of target kicking. The athlete has to kick the targets, paddles, or even pool noodles. We've offered some flexibility depending on what equipment may be available. And for our accuracy score, Lucas Tan, thank you for your patience, receives a 2.80. Give us just a moment while we work with the judges to make sure that the Judge 3 score came in properly. Once we work out a little technical issue here for Lucas Tan, we will move on to Brandon Melendez. There we go, a little update on the score. Lucas, thank you for your patience. He receives 2.73 accuracy and 3.83 presentation score, or a combined 6.57. That places Lucas 5th in the rankings as of this moment in the preliminaries. And moving on to our next competitor, Brandon Melendez.
Serio. Hanging. 준비. Check. 바로. 세rio. Hanging. 쉬어.
And that was Brandon Melendez. Brandon goes to Metz Middle School. Favorite class is science. Least favorite class, English. I actually kind of join you on that one, Brandon. He recently received his 2nd degree black belt as he continues his training. Starting off with an accuracy score of 2.80 for Brandon. Combined with 3.77 for presentation, Brandon receives a 6.57, which puts him sixth place in the standings. Up next, we will have Mikkel Cho.
Champion. Hanging. 준비. 시작. 바로. champion. hanging. 시작.
And that was Mikkel Cho from Eagles Taekwondo. One of our 23 competitors here in the male cadet black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Top 12 athletes will move on to the semifinals. And Mikkel Cho receiving a 3.17 accuracy score, top and the highest and the lowest score being dropped, with the remaining three being averaged to create their scores, receiving a 4.27 for presentation. And that puts him in the top of the standings at this moment, receiving a 7.43 for Taeguk 8. We have 13 remaining competitors. Next up, we have Bryce Rofe. In our standings, first up, at the moment, we have Mikkel Cho, followed by Alfredo Lopez Salaz and Anderson Dang. Next up is Bryce Rofe.
처리야.
champion. Oh, sorry.
기억나. 준비. 시작. 바로. 처리야. 기억나.
And that was Bryce Rofe from the Kukiwon Taekwondo Academy. receiving a 2.97 for accuracy score. And 3.97 for presentation for Taekwondo 8, scoring 6.93, which will place him in the 4th place standing. Our next competitor will be Michael Bowles. Yeah, great work to all of our competitors thus far. Throughout the competition, you will see the standings update. As a reminder, the top 12 will move on to the semifinal round.
Oh, other way.
And next up, we have Michael Bowles. And we'll give Michael just a moment. We're here in the male cadet black belt preliminary division for the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championship. This is our 3rd live online event. We want to say thank you to the NCTA board and Master Chung and Grandmaster Kim for all of their help in helping to make this competition happen for our athletes. A special thank you to Master Sarathi and William for all of their technical support, as well as Jamie Schulte. We're just working out some technical issues for one of our athletes. Give them just a moment. Well, this is the NCTA's 3rd live online tournament. This event has had over 10 current and former national team members competing, including the current World Poomsae Championships team members for cadet female, cadet male, and junior female and male as well. The NCTA hosts the championships each year, so schools and clubs can compete for the title of National Collegiate Championship in the black belt, color belt, and combined divisions. We're very grateful to the tournament board and the committee and all of the volunteers for helping to make these competitions happen.
Hello.
So of the 23 competitors in the Poomsae Preliminaries today for the male cadet black belts, Michael Cho currently has a 7.43, putting him in the 1st ranking at the moment. We have additional competitors remaining, and as we work through the division, you'll continue to see updates in the ranking. After Mikhail is Alfredo Lopez Salaz, followed by Anderson Deng and Bryce Rove. We have many wonderful athletes joining us from around the United States, as well as referees and judges joining us from around the world. We actually have 11 international referees today. We're grateful for their time and their commitment. Here in ring 2, we have Toi Nguyen from Seattle, Washington, Daniel Damaris from Anjou, Quebec, Canada, Mohammed Makal Abbasi from Iran, Richard Poole from Des Moines, Iowa, Rahim Safayed from Tehran, Zoe Munoz from Fort Worth, Texas, as well as Katie Czar from Vermont. And this is Kit Miller. I'm joining you from Columbus, Ohio. As part of the NCTA Live Online Spring Championships, we also have a great NCTA board and tournament committee members that have come together, and we're grateful for all of them for their commitment to the sport. We're all hopeful we'll be able to get together at the next World University Games. We're staying tuned for updates. And if you're just joining us, we do have some logistics that we are working out. And if you'll be patient with us, we'll continue on with our current division. The current division has 23 athletes. All of those 23 athletes, since this is a preliminary division, are performing a single Poomsae. That single Poomsae will be scored by our great team of judges, with the top 12 competitors moving on to the semifinals. Since we do have an athlete which is having technical challenge, it looks like we may move on to our next athlete in the line, and hopefully we'll be able to move on or return to that. So we are going to go with Brandon Kong next. So sir, if you could prepare. And thank you to everybody for their patience while we work through some of the challenges of having a live online tournament. Next up, Brandon Kong.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례.
And that was Brandon Kong from Taekwondo Tigers in Palo Alto. Thank you for joining us, Brandon, and for your flexibility. Brandon just performed Taeguk Paljang, receiving a 2.93 for accuracy. Great work, sir. And Brandon receives a 3.63 for his presentation score. That puts him in 9th place in the standings with a 6.57. We have a number of athletes remaining here in the male cadet black belt Poomsae preliminaries. The top 12 athletes in standings will move on to the semifinals. And going on to our next athlete, This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. You're joining us for the Male Cadet Black Belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Just a moment, we'll have our next athlete up on deck.
Which is a new event for this NCTA tournament. Excuse me. And since it's the first time ever, just
And next up is Ethan Cho.
We logged in, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. So this is Team Kim Bo-hyun, and then Ryan Yoon has been waiting for his turn, and he was third team. It looks like he skipped.
Ready up. 기억나. 준비. 시작. 바로. Ready up. 기억나.
And thank you. That was Ethan Cho from USA Taekwondo, performing Taeguk 8 here in the preliminary round for the Male Cadet Black Belt Poomsae division. Apologies for the little delay. We did have to make an adjustment to the competition call order as some athletes worked out some technical issues, but we will definitely get to all of our athletes today. Ethan's accuracy and presentation scores will appear in just a moment. As a reminder, the high and the low scores for each category are dropped, with the remaining scores combined together to determine his final score. As we move through the division, all of the athlete standings will be updated, and the top 12 athletes will be able to move on to the semifinal round. For the accuracy, there are major deductions of 0.3 and minor deductions of 0.1. They're done live as the Poomsae is being performed by the athlete. And then the judges are also looking at the athlete's presentation categories. There are 3 categories, 2 points each, for a combined total of 6 points available. So for every athlete, the judges are looking at their power and speed, their rhythm and their flow, as well as their overall expression of energy. Since this is the preliminary round, we will be performing 1 Poomsae for each athlete, and then moving on into the finals, each athlete will perform 2 Poomsaes. Ethan receives a 2.73 for his accuracy score. That will be combined with his presentation score in just a moment. Thank you, Ethan, for all of your hard work. And Ethan receives a 3.73 presentation score that combines for a 6.47, places Ethan 10th in the current standings with 10 remaining athletes. Our next athlete will be Jaden Chen, but first we're going to show you the standings for all of the athletes that have competed thus far here in the preliminaries. Starting off in the preliminaries, Mikkel Cho, followed by Alfredo Lopez Salaz, Anderson Deng, and Bryce Rofe in the top 4 slots. But next up is Mr. Chen. All right, athlete Jaden Chen, we do need you to make an adjustment to the screen because you're currently walking on the wall. So if the camera operator for Jaden could make a quick adjustment, we'll be able to get started. If you're just joining us, this is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Championships. We're currently working our way through the preliminary round for the male 12 to 14-year-old black belt Poomsae division. We just need the camera operator for Jaden Chen to make an adjustment so that the referees will be able to accurately see his performance and be able to score appropriately. This is NCTA's 3rd live online tournament. We're very grateful to the entire NCTA board, Master Chuang, Grandmaster Kim for all of their help, as well as Master Sarathi and Master William, and Jamie Schulte for his coordination. It's a great competition that's coming together today. So for Jaden Chen, the camera operator, if you could just make a shift so that it is in a portrait versus landscape mode, I think that will resolve the issue.
Is that okay?
Okay, so I'm checking with the judges for us to see if we can proceed. And let's go ahead and move to Ryan.
이거 안 되는데 지금?
Ryan,
Is that vertical or vertical?
계속 그냥 움직여 보라고 이거 몇 사이드. 라연아, 앞으로 나와서 움직여 봐야지.
All right, and thank you for everyone's patience. This is a live online tournament, and we're working out some technical challenges as we have athletes joining us from around the United States, as well as international referees.
Ready up. 기억나. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리업 경례
And thank you, Ryan Yu from Team Kim Bo-yeon. One of our many athletes today in the male cadet black belt Poomsae preliminary divisions. Division today has 23 competitors who have all been training hard and are performing today. Each athlete in this preliminary division is performing Taeguk Paljang and receives accuracy and presentation scores that determine their standings. Top 12 competitors in this division will move on to the semifinals. Then the top 8 competitors will move on to the finals. After Ryan, Jaden Chen will be up next. Referees will be entering their accuracy and presentation scores, where the high and low score will be dropped and the averages will be combined to determine overall score for Ryan's Taeguk Paljang performance. Thank you, Ryan, for your patience and flexibility today.
안 돼.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championship. Today's event includes both Poomsae and a kicking challenge. Kicking challenge was designed to help our athletes practice their sparring combinations, and we'll have a number of divisions with that kicking challenge competing this afternoon, as well as additional Poomsae divisions here in Ring 2.
저기 나왔어?
For both the Poomsae and division, for all of the Poomsae divisions, there's accuracy scores and presentation scores, which are combined to determine the athlete's final score. For accuracy, there's a total of 4 points available, and for presentation, a total of 6 points. Mr. Ryan Yoon just competed and completed Taeguk 8. In just a moment, the referees will have entered their scores for his Poomsae, and then we'll be able to move on to Jaden Chen and the other 8 remaining athletes.
그냥 다시 뭐 바꿨냐고 그 말만 하는데.
And Ryan, thank you for your patience. Give us just a moment. We'll have your scores up on the screen. For those of you who will be joining us for the sparring combination challenge, it'll be a lot of fun. Each athlete will have 30 seconds of target kicking, and they'll have 5 requirement elements that they're required to complete for the judges. The mechanics are going to be similar to Poomsae scoring, where there's accuracy and presentation scores. So it should be a lot of fun for our various athletes out there. Also this afternoon in Ring 2, we will have the finals for this division, as well as the male 15 to 17-year-old semis and finals, male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge, and then also the male collegiate black belt Poomsaes. little fun information. The first World Poomsae Championship was in 2006. Sport has evolved enormously since then, and we're very grateful to the NCTA board for their dedication and their support for all of our athletes. The NCTA events are an important part of national team selection each year for events such as the World University Games, FISU America Games, and the World Taekwondo University Festival. This is the NCTA's third live online tournament. They've been doing a great job organizing events to help our athletes continue to hone their skills throughout the year. And Ryan, please continue to be patient with us for just a moment while we work out your scores. There's a number of technical items that need to happen on the back end, so we apologize for the
Ryan,
brief lag. All right, due to a minor technical issue, we are going to ask Ryan to redo his Poomsae. As a reminder, since it was a technical issue, he will not be penalized. However, we're going to give him just a moment to get situated so that he can start. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 경례.
And thank you, Ryan Yoon from Team Kimbo Hyun, and also to his coaches for their patience with our little adjustment there. Ryan today receives 2.97 for accuracy. Just a moment, his presentation scores will be entered, and then we'll see his overall score for Taeguk Paljang. We're working our way through the male cadet black belt Poomsae preliminaries. Ryan Yoon has received a 6.80, placing him in 7th place of the standings thus far. We do have 9 remaining competitors. Out of our 23 competitors today, the top 12 athletes will move on to the semifinals, and in just a moment, we'll be able to show their current standings on the screen. Our next athlete will be Jaden Chen. All right, looks like Jaden is prepared. Thank you for joining us, Jaden.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리업 기억나
And that was Jaden Chen from Nixa Martial Arts Institution. Thank you, Jaden. Great work, sir. And this is Kit Miller announcing for the NCTA Live Online Spring Championships. Great work, Jaden. 2.97 and an accuracy score. We'll have his presentation score. There we go. 3.90. Combined for 6.87. That places Jaden 7th in the standing. Next up, we will have Philip Zhang. Great work to all of our athletes thus far.
처리업 경례 준비 시작. Sorry. 시작. 바로 처리업 경례. Thank you.
And from Miracles Taekwondo, that was Philip Zhang. Receiving a 2.60 for accuracy. High and low score are dropped to combine to get with the remaining 3 scores averaged together. Just a moment, we'll have Philip's presentation score to see how his overall score for Taeguk Paljang. Today, he receives a 6.27, which places him 16th in the standings. We do have number of remaining athletes, and as we work through the athletes, the standings will be updated. Top 12 athletes will be moving on to the semifinals round. Up next, we have Mr. Preston Park.
처리업 경례. 준비 시작. 바로 처리업 경례. Thank you.
That was Preston Park from Preston Taekwondo. Great work today, sir. Thank you for joining this great division of male cadet black belt athletes. We're here in the preliminary division with 6 remaining athletes after Preston. Preston receiving a 3.13 for accuracy. After Preston, next up will be Grant Larson. And Preston receives a 4.2 on the presentation. That gives him a 7.33, which moves him to the 2nd place in the standings overall, followed by Alfredo Lopez Salaz and Anderson Dang. First is Michael Cho with a 7.43. And next is Grant Larson.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례. Thank you.
And that was Grant Larson, also from USA Taekwondo Center in Aurora. In addition to Poomsae, Grant also enjoys sparring and being on the demo team. Today, Grant receives a 2.80 accuracy score for his Taeguk 8 performance and a 4.0 for presentation. That gives him a combine of 6.80. That places Grant 9th in the standings. Next up is Wei Jing Ong. And Wei Jing Ong from Team ATMA is next.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례. Thank you.
And that was Wei Jing Ong from Team ATMA, one of our many male cadet 12 to 14-year-old black belts performing here in the preliminaries. Wei Jing is also a fan of Star Wars, which I also love. So commonality there. Can appreciate a good hobby there, sir. Wei Jing today receives a 7.03, which places him 5th place in the standings, making sure that he will move on to the next round. Today, our top 12 athletes will be moving on. We do have a few additional athletes remaining in this division. And for our Eagles team next competitor, if you could just make a quick adjustment to your screen, we'll be able to get started.
Juliet, 끝내. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, 끝내. Thank you.
And thank you, Peyton. Peyton joins us from Eagles Taekwondo. He's one of many Eagles competitors who were able to join us for the NCTA competition today. Starts off with 3.0 for accuracy. Just a moment, that will be combined with his presentation score. Here in the male cadet black belt preliminaries, we do have 3 remaining athletes after Peyton. Peyton today receives 6.93, which places him 7th place in the standings. After Peyton, we have Liam Anderson. Nice work today, Peyton. Up next is Liam Anderson. If you're just joining us, we're finishing up the preliminaries for the male cadet black belt division. We did have 23 athletes today, all working very hard. Appreciate all of their athleticism. Top 12 athletes in this division will move on to the semifinal round. After semifinals, they will then move on. The top 8 will then move on. For both the preliminaries and the semifinals, all of our athletes are performing 1 Poomsae with a final score determining their ranking and who will move on next. All of our athletes today are performing Taeguk Paljan, which is Taeguk 8. Our top competitors thus far in the preliminaries, based on their scores so far, is Mikkel Cho, Preston Park, Alfredo Lopez Salaz, and Anderson Deng. We're going to move on to Connor Tector next, while one of our athletes works out their technical issues. So thank you for Connor for jumping in to perform your next Poomsae.
Juliet. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet. 경례. Thank you.
And that was Connor Tector from AKYI Martial Arts. Great work today, sir. Thank you. Receiving a 2.93 accuracy score out of a possible 4.0 for accuracy. As a reminder, the high and the low score for the 5 judges is dropped, and the 3 remaining scores are averaged to come up with that 2.93. Just a moment, we'll see Connor's presentation score. There we go, 3.80. 6.73 overall. That places him 13th in the standings for this division. We do have remaining competitors, and give us just a moment. But first, the standings for this preliminary division. We had 23 athletes to start, which means top 12 will move on to the semifinals. Next up, we have Michael Bowles.
Juliet. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet. 경례. Thank you.
And thank you, Michael Bowles from Lee Family Martial Arts.
Take a breath.
In addition to Taekwondo, Michael also enjoys being outdoors, hiking, fishing, archery, anything he can do outside, he loves. Today, he receives a 2.50 for his accuracy. And a 3.57 presentation score that combines for a 6.07 for Michael's Taekwondo Kapaljong. Great job to all of our competitors today in the male cadet black belt preliminaries. A very large division, 23 athletes overall, and a lot of hard work by our competitors. Congratulations to all of you for an outstanding performance. We are checking to see if our one remaining athlete will be able to join us. If not, we'll be able to move on to the semifinals. As a reminder, it's the top 12 athletes who will be moving on to the semifinals. They will also be performing one Poomsae, which will be scored by their by the judges, and the standings will determine who moves on. It will be the top 8. And next up, we have Liam.
처리할 경례 준비 시작 바로 처리할 경례 Thank you.
And that was Liam Anderson from YH Park, our final competitor here in the male cadet black belt Poomsae preliminaries. He receives a 2.90 for accuracy score. In addition to Taekwondo, Liam also goes to Plain Edge Middle School and enjoys being in his school's leaders club. Liam today receives a 3.77 presentation, and that gives him a combined score of 6.67. Great work, Liam. Thank you. And great work to all of our competitors today. We have just completed the preliminaries for the male cadet black belt Poomsae division. Top 12 competitors will be moving on to the semifinals here in the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We're going to give the TC team just a moment to get organized and prepare for the semifinals division. For all of the athletes, top 12 who are moving on to the semifinals, please stay in the Zoom room. Your call order is displaying on the screen. We'll be right back to continue our competition. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Kit Miller with the announcing for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. In just a little bit, we will be starting the semifinals for the male cadet black belt division. All of our athletes are getting situated in the Zoom room and the competition will begin shortly. Thank you. And we're ready to begin our competition today. This is the semifinal rounds of the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae division. First up, we have Mr. Anderson Deng. If you're just joining us, all of our athletes just competed in the preliminary division. We had 23 athletes and the 12 remaining athletes are now moving on here in the semifinals. Great work for all of the athletes. Call order is displaying on the screen. First few athletes that'll be on deck today will be Mr. Anderson Deng, followed by Bryce Rofe, Mikhail Cho, and then Wei Jing Ong as we move through the 12 athletes here in the semifinal division. Also joining us today in ring 2, we have a great group of athletes. I'm sorry, great group of judges as well, in addition to the athletes. Miss Tua Nguyen, Daniel Damaris, Mohammed Kamal Abbasi, Rahim Safayed, Richard Poole, Zoe Munoz, and Katie Czar, joining us not only from across the United States, but also from Iran and Tehran. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. And starting off the semifinals, Anderson Deng.
Mr. Anderson, jet, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, Cadet. Thank you, sir.
And that was Anderson Deng from Bayside Champions Taekwondo. Thank you, sir. Starting off the male cadet black belt semifinals. 12 athletes today will be performing Gumgong. Throughout the competition, the standings will be updated as our 12 athletes compete. All athletes will be performing one Poomsae in the semifinal division. Top 8 athletes will be moving on to the finals, where they will be required to perform 2 Poomsaes for the judges. Following Anderson, once we receive his score, will be Bryce Rofe. And Anderson receives a 2.87 accuracy score. As a reminder, the high and low score for each category from the judges is dropped. He receives a 3.90 presentation, giving him a 6.77 for Gumgong. As he is the first one to compete today, we'll move on to Bryce Rofe and then the remaining 11 athletes, and we'll update the standings as we move through the division.
Mr. Bryce, Judd, Kune. 준비. 시작. Arlo. Judd. Kune. Thank you, sir.
That was Bryce Rofe from Kukiwon Taekwondo Academy, our second competitor here in the male cadet black belt semifinals. Bryce receives a 2.80 accuracy score. In just a moment, that'll be combined with his presentation score. As a reminder, for accuracy, it's up to a total of 4 points. And then for presentation, it's up to a total of 6 points with major and minor deductions in there. All of our athletes in this semifinal round are performing Gumgong. Bryce today receives a 6.57. He's our second athlete competing today and currently second in the standings, right behind Anderson Deng. We do have 10 additional competitors in this division. Next up is Mr. Michael Cho.
Michael, Judd, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 끝. 그래. Thank you, sir.
That was Mikhail Cho from Eagle Taekwondo here in the male cadet black belt semifinals division, receiving a 3.13 accuracy score for his Gumgong performance. That'll combine in just a moment with his presentation score. We have 12 great athletes competing today here in this division for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Mikhail receives a 4.23, giving him a 7.37 score overall.
Eric.
Next up will be Wei Jing Ong.
Strong. 쥐엇. 그래. 준비. 시작. 바로. 끝. 그래. 그래. Thank you, sir.
And that was Wei Jing Ong from Team ATMA. Wei Jing is also in the 6th grade at Aero Academy and loves playing video games with his brother in addition to Taekwondo. Wei Jing today for his Gumgong performance in the semifinals receives a 2.80. And a 3.87 for his presentation score. That gives him a 6.67 and results in being in 3rd place in the standing of the 4 athletes which have competed already. Next up, we have Jaden Chen.
Mr. Jaden. 쥐엇. 그래. 준비.
말씀드려도 될 것 같은데.
시작. 바로 쥐엇 그네. Thank you, sir.
And that was Jaden Chen from NIXA Martial Arts Institution, part of our male cadet black belt semifinals division, performing Goomgong. Jaden receives a 2.97 accuracy score. We have 12 competitors today. Jaden's score of 7.00 places him second place in the standing of the athletes who have competed thus far in the division. We have 7 remaining athletes. Next up on deck is Alfredo Lopez Salaz. Athletes thus far, Mikhail Cho is the 7.37 in the first position, Jaden Chen, followed by Anderson Dang, Weijing Ong, and Bryce Rofe. Working on a little technical issue with one of our athletes. We may need to bump ahead. All right, so our athlete works out their technical issues. We'll move on to Caden Ho.
Trip. Trip. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure, thank you.
And that was Caden Ho from Dongdui Lee, USA Taekwondo. One of our many competitors today in the male cadet black belt division. We're working our way through the semifinals, 12 athletes that we have. We're about halfway through. Caden today receives 2.67 accuracy score for his Goomgong. As a reminder, in the semifinals, all of our athletes will be performing one Poomsae. Once we move on to the semifinals with the top 8 athletes, then they'll perform 2 Poomsaes. Today, Caden receives a 6.47, which places him 6th place in the standings. Next up, we have Grant Larson.
Trip. 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Grant Larson performing Goomgong here in the semifinals round. In addition to Taekwondo, Grant also enjoys swimming, paddleboarding, and tennis. He's also a well-rounded athlete who competes in sparring and on the demo team as well. Grant receives a 2.50 accuracy score. After Grant, Ryan Yoon will be up. We have 5 remaining athletes in the semifinal round. Top 8 athletes in the standings will be moving on to the finals. And Grant receives 3.63 for his presentation. That gives him a 6.13 for his Goomgong score. That places him 7th place in the standing with some remaining athletes. Up next is Mr. Ryan Yoon.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Ryan Yoon from Team Kim Bo Hyun performing Goomgong here in the male cadet black belt semifinal round with a 2.70 for accuracy and a 3.73 presentation. Combines for 6.43. That moves Ryan up into the 7th place standing today. Great work to all of our athletes working hard. Next up, we have Mr. Preston Park.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Boom. Show. Thank you.
And that was Preston Park from Preston Taekwondo, USA. Great work today in our male cadet black belt semifinals division. We have 12 competitors came over from the from the preliminaries, so performing again today. Just a moment, we'll receive Preston's accuracy and presentation scores, which will be combined to determine his Gong score for the day. Then the next athlete on deck will be Jake Bowdow, one of 3 remaining athletes. As a reminder, the top 8 athletes in the standings will move on to the finals division. All of the judges today are looking at each of the athletes' accuracy and presentation score. For the presentation, the judges are looking at their power and speed, as well as their rhythm and flow and their overall expression of chi. For accuracy, 4 points is a possible high score with major and minor deductions. And for their presentation, a total of 6 points possible. If you're just joining us, this is the semifinals for the male cadet black belt division of the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We have athletes from around the nation joining us, as well as judges from across the world. We have 11 international judges today. We're very grateful for their dedication and commitment to helping all of our athletes be able to continue to compete. And Preston Park receives a 6.93. That places him up in a 3rd place standing. Great work, Mr. Park. We also have Mikkel Cho in the 1st ranking and Jaden Chen. Next athlete up will be Jacob Badao.
Ready up. 기억나. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리업 경례
And that was Jake Botto from YH Park Taekwondo Academy. Jake receives a 2.67 for accuracy score for Gong. We're finishing up the male cadet black belt semifinals today. Jake receives 3.73 for his presentation score, combined for 6.40, placing Jake in the 9th place of the standings. Next up, athlete is Peyton Young. Next, we have Peyton Young from the Eagles team Taekwondo.
처리업 경례 준비 시작 바로 처리업 경례
And that was Peyton Young from Eagles Taekwondo. One of our many great athletes in the male cadet black belt semifinals. Great work today, gentlemen. Peyton receives 2.77 accuracy score. That'll be combined in just a moment with his presentation score. As a reminder, there are 5 judges' scores today that are taken into consideration. The high and low score are dropped and the remaining 3 are averaged. Peyton receives a 3.77 presentation score for a combined 6.53. That places him in 7th place as of the current standings. Our next athlete up will be Alfredo Lopez Salas. He'll be our final athlete in this semifinal round.
처리업 경례 준비 시작 바로. 처리업. 경례.
And that was Alfredo Lopez Laas joining us from Texas Forge. Great work, sir. Thank you for your flexibility in the call order today. Great work to all of the athletes in the male cadet black belt Poomsae semifinals. Alfredo receives a 2.93 accuracy score that will be combined with his presentation. All athletes did great work performing Gumgong. Top 8 athletes out of the semifinal division will move on to the finals, which will take place here in ring 1. I'm sorry, apologies, ring 2. So a lot of great athletes today, male 12 to 14-year-old joining us from across the country here at the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. As we finish up the scoring, we just want to take a moment to thank the NCTA board, Master Chong and Grandmaster Kim for all of their great work, as well as the remainder of the tournament committee and all of the tech support. It's been wonderful being able to have this opportunity for all of our athletes to compete. Shortly after the completion of the semifinals rounds, we will have the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae finals, and then move straight into our first kicking challenge for ring 2 today. If you haven't heard, the NCTA team has put together a great kicking challenge for our athletes to demonstrate some of their sparring skills. They'll be able to demonstrate a number of attack, defensive, and stepping as part of that kicking challenge. And it'll be scored with both accuracy and presentation scores, similar to the way you see Poomsae scored. We're pretty excited the NCTA team has been able to put that together for the athletes. We'll have Alfredo's final score in just a moment. We had 12 competitors here in the semifinals. Top 8 are going to move on. We'll probably have a brief 5-minute, 10-minute break in between the semifinals and the finals to give our athletes a moment to prepare. As a reminder, in the finals will require each athlete to perform 2 forms. Those pre-designated forms have been announced earlier in the week. The score for both of those forms will determine the athlete's final standing. And the same scoring as always, where it's a combination of 4 points for accuracy with major and minor deductions, as well as 6 points for presentation. And for Alfredo today, 3.93 presentation score, combining for a 6.87 that places him 4th in the standings. Our top 8 competitors will be moving on to finals. Great work to everyone. Thank you for joining us for this great competition. As I mentioned, we'll be taking a brief break before we move on to the male cadet black belt finals here at the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. For all of our athletes who are already in the Zoom room, please remember to stay in if you are moving on to the finals. In just a couple minutes, we'll have the call order for the finals on the screen. Male Cadet Black Belt Poomsae Finals will be starting at 3 p.m. We're giving all of our athletes and judges a 10-minute break. Thank you to everyone for all of their great work. For the Male Cadet Black Belt Finals, the call order is showing on your screen. We'll resume at 3 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We'll be restarting in just a moment with the Male Cadet Black Belt Poomsae Finals here in Ring 2. In just a moment, we'll be starting the Male Cadet Black Belt Poomsae Finals. This is Ring 2 for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. And welcome back to the National Collegiate Taekwondo Association Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is the finals round for the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae division. We have 8 competitors joining us today.
Chariot, 등에 준비, 시작. 바로 차렷 샷.
And that was Peyton Young starting off the male cadet black belt finals today. Thank you, Peyton. As a reminder, all of our athletes will be competing, presenting 2 Poomsaes today. We'll be performing Taeguk 5 and Taeguk 4. Their combined scores will determine their standings in the finals. Peyton is joining us from Eagles Taekwondo. And Peyton's first score, 6.73. Good start today, sir. Peyton will now perform Taeguk 4.
차렷. 준비. 시작. 바로 차렷. 경희. 시작.
And that was Peyton Young from Eagles Taekwondo performing Taeguk 4. Peyton received a 6.73 for Taeguk 5, and in just a moment, we'll have his accuracy and presentation scores for Taeguk 4. And Peyton receives a 2.97 out of a possible 4 points. Just a moment, we'll have his presentation score. Just a reminder, presentation is a maximum of 6 points. And he receives a 6.93 overall. That gives him a final score for this round of 6.83. Peyton's our first competitor. Next up, we will have Bryce Rofe, and then there's 7 remaining competitors.
차렷. 경희. 준비. 시작. 바로 시작.
Thank you, Bryce. That was Bryce Rofe from Kukiwon Taekwondo Academy, performing Taeguk 5 or Taeguk Ojang. Receiving a 2.97 for his accuracy score. Bryce Rofe is our second competitor today in the finals division for the male cadet black belt Poomsae division. Receiving a 3.93, that gives him a 6.90. Bryce will now perform his next Poomsae.
차렷. 준비. 준비. 차려. 평행. 시작.
And that was Bryce Rofe performing Taeguk Sajang, second Poomsae in the finals today. Bryce's previous score 6.90 for Taeguk Ojang will be averaged with his Taeguk 4 score. While we're waiting on a score, we just want to take a moment to thank all of the referees and judges for joining us today to help make the competition possible. And Bryce receives a 2.87 for accuracy combined with 3.97 for 6.83. Overall, a 6.87 for Bryce. Next up, we will have Wei Jingong. Throughout the competition, you'll see the standings update. We have Bryce and Peyton, and up next is Wei Jingong.
차려. 평행. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
And that was Wei Jingong from Team ATMA, one of our 8 competitors in the finals. As a reminder, immediately after the finals here for the male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae, we'll have the male 12 to 14-year-old kicking challenge. Wei Jing receives 3.03 for accuracy and a 4.10 for presentation, giving him a combined score on his first Poomsae of 7.13. Wei Jing will now perform his second Poomsae.
차려. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차려. 평행. 시작.
That was Wei Jingong with Team ATMA performing Taeguk 5. And Wei Jing receives a 7.17. Actually, we're going to give it just a moment to refresh. The finals today, we have 8 competitors. Wei Jing-ong just competed, and up next we'll have Anderson Deng after Wei Jing completes his second form. We're just giving a moment to the judges to verify the scores. All of our athletes in the finals will be performing Taeguk 5 and Taeguk 4. Those 2 scores will determine their final standing in the rankings. Great work to all of the athletes who have been working hard this morning. They've been through preliminaries as well as semifinals to make it up to the finals. And give us just a moment, Wei Jing. We're working out a little technical issue. So here we are in the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is the 3rd online event for NCTA. Grateful to all of the NCTA board members and Master Chuang and Master Kim, Grandmaster Kim for all of their help, as well as to the various tournament committee members. NCTA is an important milestone for many athletes as they move into various championships throughout the year. It's thanks to the NCTA competitions where schools and clubs are able to compete for various collegiate championships at both black belt and novice levels. And many are also working towards entry into the World University Games. In order to also help make the competition happen, we have a number of judges who are joining us from around the world. Today in Ring 2, we have judges who are joining us not only from here in the United States, but also from Iran and Canada, and we thank all of them for their dedication and commitment to the sport. One of our judge captains today is Ms. Tua Nguyen, also a competitor herself. She's joining us from Seattle, Washington. Daniel Demars is joining us from Anjou, Quebec, Canada. We also have Rahim Safayed from Tehran and Mohammed Kamal Abbasi from Iran. Master Richard Poole, who's recently promoted, has joined us from Des Moines, Iowa. And then we have Zoe Munoz from Fort Worth, Texas. Congratulations to Zoe. She's started when she was 3 years old, and she's also graduating from high school this year. And then finally, our other judge today is Katie Czar from Vermont. And Mr. Wei Jing, just please continue to be patient with us for just a moment. We'll have your updated scores as soon as the referees are able to work through a little process. As a reminder, in Ring 2 today, we'll also have the male 12 to 14-year-old kicking challenge. Kicking challenge is a great event that is being put together for the first time by NCTA, giving our athletes an opportunity to demonstrate their sparring skills. The sparring competition challenge will involve 30 seconds of target kicking, where an athlete can kick targets, paddles, or if needed, pull noodles, depending on what tools they have available to them for the challenge. There are 5 required elements that they can perform in any order. There's attacking combinations, defensive combinations, and stepping sequences. They also have to have at least 1 head kick if they're a blue belt and up, and at least 1 spinning kick If they're a yellow and green belt, though, they can do a spin, step, and kick. Some of our athletes here are also going to be, in addition to their Poomsae, joining us for that kicking competition. So we're looking forward to seeing them in the next division here in Ring 2. If you're just joining us, this is the male cadet black belt Poomsae finals. Mr. Wei Jing-ong has performed his Poomsae, and we're working with the judges to have some updates made for his Poomsae score. And thank you for your patience, sir. We have 8 competitors in the finals. Just a reminder, with Poomsae competition, there will be a first, second place winner, as well as 2 third places. The judging process for Poomsae, the mechanics involve looking at an athlete's accuracy as well as their presentation. For accuracy, it's a total of 4 points possible. Scoring is done live by the judges as the Poomsae is performed by the athlete. Based on the quality of their performance, there are 0.3 deductions or 0.1 deductions, which are known as major or minors, based on the skill involved with each technique and the accuracy of each technique. That accuracy score is combined with the presentation score. Presentation scores can be up to 6 points. There's multiple categories within the presentation score. Judges are looking at the athlete's overall power and speed, as well as their rhythm and flow, and their overall expression of ki. Since we are using World Taekwondo scoring, every athlete has performed one Poomsae in the preliminaries and a Poomsae in semifinals. But now that we're in the semifinals, now that we're in the finals, each athlete is asked to perform 2 Poomsaes. And thank you for your patience today. Mr. Wei Jing-ong receiving a 7.13 for his Taekwondo 4 performance, moving him to the top of the 3 competitors who have performed thus far, and we'll be moving on now to Mr. Anderson Deng.
Cheerio. Hanging. 준비. Check. 바로. 시험.
And that was Anderson Deng from Bayside Championship Taekwondo, performing Taeguk Ojang, receiving a 3.03 for his accuracy score on his first Poomsae in the finals. And a 3.93 that combines for 6.97. Anderson will now perform Taeguk 4.
Chariot. 준비. 시작. 바로. 바로. 저리요. 평이. 시오.
And that was Anderson Deng again from Bayside Champions Taekwondo, performing his second Poomsae in the male cadet black belt finals, receiving a 3.0 for his accuracy on the second Poomsae. Mr. Anderson also receives 4.0, giving him a 7.0 for Taeguk 4 and a combined 6.99 final score. Puts Anderson in the second place slot. And up next will be Mr. Alfredo Lopez.
저리요. 평이. 준비. 시작. No. 바로. 시오.
That was Alfredo Lopez Salas from Texas Forge Taekwondo, performing Taeguk Ojang, his first Poomsae here in the male cadet black belt finals. We have a few competitors remaining after Alfredo Lopez Salas finishes up. We'll give the judges just a moment to finish entering his scores. So far, he's received a 3.20 accuracy score for his Taeguk 5, his first Poomsae. Combined with that 4.23 for presentation, he receives 7.43 and will now perform Taeguk 4.
저리요. 준비. 시작. 바로. 저리요. 평이. 시오.
And that was Alfredo Lopez Salas with his second Poomsae for the male cadet black belt Poomsae finals. Previously received a 7.43 for his Taeguk 5. Just performed Taeguk Sajang for the judges. And he receives a 3.20 for his accuracy score out of a possible 4 points for accuracy. Just a moment, we'll have his presentation scores. And he receives 4.2 to give him a 7.4. Overall, 7.42. And that 7.42 puts him at the top of the standings as we are currently halfway through the division. Next up, we have Mr. Preston Park.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
That was Preston Park from Preston Taekwondo, performing his first Poomsae in the male cadet black belt finals. Taeguk 5, also known as Taeguk Ojang. And Preston receives a 3.20 for accuracy score for his first Poomsae performance here in the final. And a 4.23 that gives Preston a 7.43 in his first Poomsae, and Preston will now perform his Taeguk 4.
Chariot. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 경례.
And that was Preston Park from Preston Taekwondo USA. Great work, sir. One of our many great competitors here in the finals. Preston receives a 3.13 accuracy for his second Poomsae.
점수 나오자마자 말해볼게.
After Preston, Jaden Chen will be up next, but first Preston Park receives a 7.33, giving him a 7.38 overall final Poomsae score. That puts Preston in the second place for the rankings. We have 2 remaining competitors, and Jaden Chen is next.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. Paro.
And that was Jaden Chen performing Taeguk Ojang, his first Poomsae in the finals for the male cadet black belts division. Jaden's joining us from NIXA Martial Arts Institution. Jaden receives a 3.03 for his first Poomsae's accuracy score. And combine that with a 4.0 for presentation, receives a 7.03. Jaden will now perform Taeguk 4.
Ready up. 준비. 시작. 바로. Ready up. 경례.
And that was Jaden Chen performing his second Poomsae, Taeguk 4, here in the male cadet black belt finals. Jaden received a 7.03 on his previous Taeguk 5 performance and receives 3.03 for accuracy on Taeguk 4. Combine that with 4.07, he receives 7.10. Final Poomsae score for Jaden Chen is 7.07. Places Jaden fourth in the standings, but we have one additional competitor, Mr. Mikhail Cho.
Ready up. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로.
That was Mr. Mikhail Cho from Eagle Taekwondo. This is first Poomsae, Taeguk 5 for the male cadet black belt finals. Mikhail performed Taeguk 5, and as soon as we have his scores, he'll be performing his second Poomsae, which is Taeguk 4. Mikhail is our final competitor today in the finals. We'd like to say congratulations, great work to all of the athletes in this division. They've had to perform through preliminaries as well as semifinals and now into the finals. A lot of hard work by our athletes and grateful to have all of them here. Mikhail Cho receives a 3.17 accuracy score on his first Poomsae. And a 4.27 presentation, bringing us to a 7.43 for Mikhail. He will now perform his second Poomsae.
Ready up. 준비. 시작. 바로. Ready up. 경례.
From Eagles Taekwondo, that was Mikhail Cho, performing his second Poomsae, and here in the finals round was Taeguk 4. Mikhail previously received a 7.43 for Taeguk 5. That will be combined with his Taeguk 4 scores. He receives a 3.13 for accuracy. Mikhail was our final competitor today in the male cadet black belt Poomsae finals. It's great work to all of the competitors. He receives a 4.40 for presentation, bringing him to a 7.53. Total score for his finals today is a 7.48. And congratulations to all of our competitors. Our third place competitors today, Wei Jingong and Preston Park. Second standing, Alfredo Lopez Laz, and in first place, Mikhail Cho with a 7.48. Congratulations, gentlemen. You did some great work today. Thank you to all of the schools, coaches, and to their parents and support team. This is the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Just wrapped up the male cadet black belt finals. And in just a little bit, we will be starting the male 12 to 14-year-old kicking challenge. We'll be right back with that new challenge. Hi, everyone. In just a moment, we will be starting the male cadet black belt kicking challenge finals. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is ring 2. We have just wrapped up male 12 to 14-year-old Poomsae finals and are looking forward to having you join us for the kicking challenge. We have 3 competitors today in the male cadet black belt division, Mr. Ethan Cho, Abs Al-Salam Al-Bidi, and Connor Tector. So give us just a couple moments while we get everything situated to start the division. As a reminder to everyone in the Zoom room, please remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure your Zoom name matches the competitor name. Please do not use any virtual backgrounds or effects. And as a reminder, please stay in the frame during your performance. If for some reason we need a restart due to technical difficulties, the athlete will not be penalized. To help with the quality, please make sure you turn off other internet-enabled devices. And for all of our athletes, please remember to stay in the Zoom room until the round results are announced. After the round results are announced, all of the competitors are asked to please leave the Zoom room. And give us just a moment. Once we are ready to get started, we'll have our athletes go through the kicking challenge today at the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. For the kicking challenge, all of the athletes will be given 30 seconds to perform their kicking techniques, and they do have 5 required elements that they are being asked to perform for the judges. Those elements include attacking, defensive, and stepping sequences, and depending on their belt level, either a head kick or a type of a spinning kick. So first up today, we will have Mr. Ethan Cho.
Ethan, Chip, Kune, 준비, 시작! Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Mr. Ethan Cho from USA Taekwondo, our first competitor in the male cadet black belt kicking challenge finals. Scoring is similar to the Poomsae. There's possibility of 4 points for accuracy and 6 points for presentation. Accuracy, we're looking for whether or not the athlete is able to complete the required element, properly strike the target, and of course, ever important, stay up on their feet. Today, Ethan starts off with a 3.30 for his accuracy. Presentation, all of the athletes have a possibility of receiving up to 6 points. For the kicking challenge, we're looking for explosiveness and speed, footwork and their connection, and also overall expression and sparring realism. The scores for accuracy and presentation are then combined in order to determine their final score here in the finals. After Ethan Cho's scores are shared, next up on deck is Abd Assalam Albea.
Chip, Kune, 준비, 시작! Oh! Chip, Kune. Thank you, sirs.
That was Abd Al-Salam Albidi joining us from USA Taekwondo Center Oceanside. Thank you, sir. Joining us for the male cadet black belt kicking challenge. .03 for accuracy. That'll be combined with the presentation scores. We have 3 competitors today in the male cadet black belt division for the kicking challenge. And a 4.03 for presentation, giving a 7.07, currently second place in the standings with 1 additional competitor, Mr. Connor Tector.
Mr. Connor, jet, connect. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, connect. Thank you, sir.
And that was Connor Tector from Aki Martial Arts. Our final competitor today in the male cadet black belt kicking challenge finals. Thank you to all of our competitors for joining the kicking challenge today. Great new competition designed by NCTA to help our aspiring competitors demonstrate their great kicking skills. Connor receives a 3.17 accuracy score. That will be combined in just a moment with his presentation score to determine the final rankings. As a reminder, after the kicking challenge, we will be moving on after a brief break to the male 15 to 17-year-old Poomsae semifinals. And Connor receives a 4.03 presentation, which combines for a 7.20, putting him in the second place standings. So for our kicking challenge today in the male cadet black belt division, we have Ethan Cho coming in the first place, Connor Tector, and then Abd Asalam Albidi in third. Great job, gentlemen. Thank you for demonstrating your skills and joining us for the male cadet black belt finals. Great work, everyone. Ring 2 will be back after a brief break with the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals.
셋. 하나, 심플리. 그렇지. 하나. 심플리가 둘.
Yeah, this is the NCTA 2021 live online spring Taekwondo championships. We are on a brief break in a little bit. We will be starting with the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Couple of reminders for all of the competitors. Please remember to turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure the Zoom name matches the competitor name. No virtual backgrounds or effects are to be in use. Please remember to stay in the frame during your performance, but as a reminder, if there are technical difficulties and you need to restart, the competitor will not be penalized. Please remember to have others in the room turn off their internet-enabled devices. And please remember to stay in the Zoom room until all the round results are announced. After the round results are announced, then competitors will be asked to leave the Zoom room. Just give us a little bit of a break here and we will be resuming the competition with the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. And good afternoon, everyone, or whatever time it may be, depending on where you are joining us from around the world. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. In a little bit, we will be getting started with our male 15 to 17-year-old Poomsae semifinals. We are in the process of having all of our athletes join us in the Zoom room, and the call order is displayed for the semifinals. In just a little bit, we'll get started with our 17 great athletes who will be joining us for this division today. Welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. For all of our competitors, the call order is on the screen. We'd like to thank everybody for joining us today. First up is going to be John Masalit.
저요. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 저요. 흥이. 시오.
And that was John Masalit from USTC Aurora. He's our first competitor in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Since we are in the semifinals, all of our athletes will be performing one Poomsae. Their accuracy and presentation scores will be combined in order to determine their standing. We have 16 competitors here in the semifinals, and the top 8 will be moving on to the finals division. All athletes will be performing choreo Poomsae. Following John Masalit, we'll have Vincent Chen. If you're just joining us today, thank you for coming in to support all of our great competitors from across the US. We have a lot of wonderful athletes here today, as well as a lot of great judges who are joining us both nationally and internationally. The NCTA tournament today is using the standard world Taekwondo scoring for our Poomsae athletes. That scoring includes possibility of up to 4 points for their accuracy and up to 6 points for their presentation. Accuracy is scored within the Poomsae by the judges who are looking for any minor or major deductions. Minor deductions resulting in a 0.1 deduction, and if it is a major, it's a 0.3. Presentation scores are made up of 3 categories with a total of 6 possible points. Judges are looking at the athlete's power and speed, their overall rhythm and flow, and then also their energy. Each of those categories is good for up to 2 points, which is what totals up to the 6 points possible. Today, our male 15 to 17-year-old athletes will be competing in the semifinals, with the top 8 competitors moving on to the finals. In addition to the male 15 to 17-year-old Poomsae division, today we are also going to follow this division with a male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge, a great new event established by NCTA to help all of our athletes continue to practice their sparring skills. Just a moment, we'll have John's scores as the judges are entering them at this moment. while we're waiting for those scores, we do want to say a thank you to the NCTA board, as well as Master Chung and Grandmaster Kim for all of their help. And a special thank you to Master Sarathi and the entire TC, the tournament committee. All of them are doing a great job. We have a lot of wonderful referees and team members volunteering their time to make this competition happen. John starts off today with a 2.67 for his accuracy, combined with 3.73. That gives him a 6.40. As I mentioned, he is the first competitor. And next up, we have Mr. Vincent Chen.
저요. 경희. 준비. 시작. 바로. 저요. 경희. 쉬어.
And that was Mr. Vincent Chen, our second competitor in the male junior black belt semifinals, performing choreo. This is ring 2 for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Today in this ring, we'll have a number of Poomsae competitions as well as kicking challenges. We have 17 competitors today. Today, Vincent, for his accuracy score here in the semifinals, receives a 3.07, and combined with his presentation of 4.03, that gives Mr. Chen a 7.10. First place standing for the two competitors which have competed thus far. Next place, we have Ilian Masulit.
경희. 준비. 시작. 바로. 저요. 경희. 쉬어.
And that was Ian Rhodes from USTC Aurora, our third competitor. He receives a 2.30 for his choreo accuracy. In just a moment, we'll have his presentation scores. As a reminder of the 5 scores that are entered by the judges, the high and the low score are dropped and the remaining 3 are averaged. And Mr. Rhodes receives a 3.53 for presentation. That gives him a choreo score of 5.83 and places him in the 2nd position of the standings thus far. Next up, we have Mr. Lucas Jong.
서요. 큰이. 준비. 시작.
켜! 켜!
바로. 서요. 행이. 시작.
And that was Lucas Jong from Miracles Taekwondo, performing in the male junior black belt semifinals. And Lucas receives a 2.67 accuracy score. Just a moment, we will have Mr. Lucas Jong's presentation scores. They'll be combined with his accuracy. As a reminder, the highest and lowest score from the judges is dropped. And combined with that 3.73, Lucas receives a 6.40. As we go through the competitions, the standings will be updated. Lucas is in the 3rd place standing. But up next, we have Mr. Elliot Kim from Eagles Taekwondo.
서요. 큰이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 서요. 큰이. 시작.
And that was Elliot Kim from Eagles Taekwondo. Thank you, sir. One of our many great competitors here in the male junior black belt semifinals. All of our competitors in the semifinals are performing a single Poomsae. The designated Poomsae for this division is choreo for the semifinals. Mr. Kim receiving a 3.13 out of 4 possible points for accuracy.
미안. 형이 너 아니다.
After Mr. Kim will be Mr. Kajartan Knotso. And Mr. Kim receives 7.20, followed by Mr. Vincent Chen and John Masulit in the standings. As we work through the division of athletes, the standings will be updated. Up next, Kajartan Knutso Han.
We have the right.
Next up is Kajartan.
Chariot. 흔히. 준비. 시작. 바로. chariot. 흔히. shield.
And that was Kajartan Knutso Ho from Team Forged Taekwondo. In addition to Taekwondo, he also likes to code video games and solve Rubik's Cubes. There's a very great talent there. He misses traveling around to being able to compete at tournaments. But hopefully soon all of us will be able to start competing in person again. Until then, we're very grateful to the NCTA team. Our athletes in this division consist of 17 athletes from across the United States. As we work through all of those athletes, we'll be able to see updates with the standings. All of our athletes are performing choreo, and their scores will determine their standings, where the top 8 competitors in the semifinals here will be able to move on to the finals in this division. After the Poomsae competition today here in Ring 2, we will also have the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge. Kicking challenge is a great way for athletes to show off their sparring combinations. Similar scoring to Poomsae, where judges will be looking for both the accuracy and their presentation skills. But first up, in just a moment, we'll have Kajartan's choreo scores. After Kajartan, Mr. Nathan Kim will be on deck next. And Kajartan receives 2.87 for accuracy. As a reminder, the high and the low score for both accuracy and presentation are dropped, and 3 remaining scores are averaged together. Kajartan, in addition to Taekwondo, also enjoys math and computer apps. That's his favorite. His least favorite, however, is history. But we're excited to have him here at the Taekwondo competition. He is one of 17 athletes today in the division. And Mr. Kajartan Knutso Ho from Team Forge Taekwondo has just performed choreo. He received a 2.87 for his accuracy score, and the judges will be updating his presentation score in just a moment. If you're just joining us, we have athletes from around the nation who have joined the Collegiate Championships today to demonstrate Poomsae skills as well as their kicking skills in the kicking challenge. And we have a number of judges joining us from around the world. Across the 4 rings, we actually have international referees from 11 different countries. Right here in ring 2, we have judges from Iran as well as Canada and across the United States. We have some great judges who joined us from Seattle, Washington, as well as Des Moines, Iowa, Fort Worth, Texas, and Vermont. So great cross section of the country, judges coming together to help these athletes continue to compete even in the online environment. It's been a great job by the NCTA team. For the scoring for Poomsae, the NCTA team does follow the World Taekwondo scoring standards. All of the athletes have combined points for accuracy and presentation. Accuracy, each athlete can receive up to a possible number of 4 points, receiving deductions either of 0.1 or 0.3, depending on the accuracy of the technique as well as the accuracy of the form overall. They also can receive up to 6 points possible for their presentation. Those 6 points are spread out over 3 different categories. That includes power and speed, rhythm and flow, and expression of ki. In the semifinals, all of the athletes are asked to compete in present 1 Poomsae, and then in the finals, every athlete will be asked to perform 2 Poomsaes. While Kajartan scores are being updated, we just want to take a moment to thank the NCTA board, as well as Master Chung and Grandmaster Kim for all of their help. We also have a lot of wonderful TC members and referees who are volunteering their time, as well as Master Sharathi, William Etsy, and Jamie Schulte. Thanks to their outstanding work leading up to the event and throughout the day, they've been able to bring this competition together for all of our athletes. One of the important things about the NCTA events is that it's an important milestone for our athletes who are interested in making national teams each year for various events such as World University Games, the FISU American Games, the World University Taekwondo Festival, as well as many other international events. While this is NCTA's 3rd live online tournament, we're hoping that it will be continue to be a great event going forward, as it's provided an opportunity for all of our great athletes to continue to hone their skills. In addition to the athletes that you see, this event has over 10 current and former national team members competing, including the current World Poomsae Championship team members for cadet female, cadet male, junior female, and junior male. NCTA hosts championships every year for schools and clubs to be able to compete for the title of National Collegiate Champion in both black belt and color belt divisions. And welcome back to the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Apologies for a little technical challenge there for a moment. Kajartan performed choreo, received a 2.87 for his accuracy, 3.83 for presentation, which gives him a combined score of 6.70. That places him third place in the current standings. Next up, we will have Mr. Nathan Kim.
저요? 경례. 준비. 시작. Oh, sure. Thank you.
And thank you, Nathan Kim from Taekwondo Tigers in Palo Alto. In addition to Taekwondo, Nathan is also a senior at attends Palo Alto Senior High School. His favorite classes are math and science. And he also enjoys playing games and solving computer problems. Today, Nathan receives a 6.60 for his choreo performance of the athletes that have gone thus far. That puts him in the 4th place standing. Up next, we have Mr. Albert Jung.
Juliet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, 경례. Thank you.
And that was Albert Jung from Team Kim Bo Hyun performing choreo here in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Albert is one of 17 competitors joining us in this division. He receives a 3.03 for his accuracy score. Just a moment, Albert's accuracy score will be joined with his presentation score. Presentation can be up to 6 points, 2 points in each category of presentation, and he receives a 4.07 for his choreo performance. That gives him a 7.10. And for Albert, of the athletes who have gone thus far, that places him in the 2nd place standing. Up next, we will have Mr. Amir Bahadur.
Juliet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, 경례. Thank you.
And that was Amir Bahadur from Premier Sport Taekwondo. Amir attends Krista McAuliffe Charter School, as well as practicing great Taekwondo, and he also enjoys snowboarding and drawing. Amir receives 2.60 for his accuracy. As we're working our way through the standings, he adds to that 3.80 for presentation, giving him a 6.40, placing him in the standings. Next up, we will have Joseph Rodriguez.
주리앗 그네. 준비. 시작. Hello. 주리앗 그네. Thank you.
And that was Joseph Rodriguez from Bugaba Tigers Taekwondo. And Joseph receives 2.73. All of our athletes here in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals are performing choreo. Top 8 competitors will be able to move on to the finals round, and Joseph receives 3.87 for his presentation, which gives him a 6.60. That places Joseph at the moment to be 5th place in the standings. Up next, we have Makeo Desadir.
주리앗 그네. 준비. 시작. Hello. 주리앗 그네. Thank you.
And that was Makeo Destor from USA Taekwondo Center, one of our great competitors in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. After Makeo, we have 6 additional competitors remaining here in the semifinals. Top 8 in the division will be able to move on to the finals. And Makeo receives a 2.40 for his accuracy on choreo in the semifinals. And Mikhail received 3.60 for presentation. That gives him a combined score on his choreo of 6.0. Up next, we will have Norton Songbin Chin.
Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cadet, 경례. Thank you.
That was Norton Songbin Cha from Taekwondo Tigers in Palo Alto, another great athlete joining us from Taekwondo Tigers, performing choreo in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals, and receiving a 2.77 on accuracy. In addition to training in Taekwondo, Norton also attends JLS Middle School and enjoys playing video games and tennis. After Norton, Sunghyun Eric Gunn will be up next, and we have 5 remaining competitors here in the semifinals. Top 8 competitors will be moving on to the finals, which will take place right here in Ring 2. And Norton receives 3.70, combined score of 6.47. That places him in the 7th place standing. Next up is Sunghyun Eric Gunn.
Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cadet, 경례. Thank you.
And that was Sunghyun Eric Gunn from Team ATMA, performing in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. His choreo accuracy score of 3.30. Presentation scores will be up in just a moment. As a reminder, 5 judges, the high and low score are dropped and the remaining 3 are averaged. Eric receives a 4.40 presentation, which gives him an overall choreo score of 7.70 here in the semifinals. As of this moment, that places Eric in the first position for the standings. We've had 12 athletes thus far and a few additional athletes to go. Up next is Young-hee Lee.
Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 Cadet, 경례. Thank you.
That was Kyung-hee Lee, who goes to Athens High School. He receives a 3.13 for his choreo score today. We have 4 athletes remaining here in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals after Mr. Lee. If you're just joining us, we are finishing up the semifinals today here at the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. And Mr. Kyung-hee Lee for his choreo receives an overall of 7.30, placing him in second place in the standings for this division. Up next, we will have Anthony Deng.
Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 Cadet, 경례. Thank you.
And that was Anthony Deng from Bayside Champions Taekwondo. Anthony is one of many competitors today in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. All of our athletes in the division for the semifinals are performing the choreo Poomsae. All of the athletes are being scored by the judges based on their overall accuracy and the presentation associated with the Poomsae. For accuracy, all of the athletes are able to receive up to 4 points. And for presentation, it is up to 6 points. There are major and minor deductions involved, and the judges are entering their scores for Mr. Anthony Deng now. Immediately following the completion of the semifinals, the top 8 athletes for this division will be moving on to the finals to compete for the top 4 positions. And we did have a momentary video lag, so we are checking with the judges as to whether or not we'll be having Mr. Deng redo his Poomsae. Give us just a moment. Thank you for everyone's patience as we work through the realities of an online live tournament. All right, Mr. Anthony Deng, we're going to have you redo your Poomsae, and as a reminder, since there was a technical issue, you will not be penalized.
Anthony, Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 Juliet, Cadet. Thank you.
And that was Anthony Deng from Bayside Champions Taekwondo performing choreo here in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. For the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships, you're here in Ring 2. It's one of 4 rings that are running today to help all of our athletes competing in Poomsae and the Kicking Challenge. We're excited to have so many great athletes join us, and thank you to all of them for working hard in this new environment. Anthony today receives a 2.90 for his accuracy score. And in just a moment, we'll have his presentation scores. We're rounding out the final set of athletes here in the male junior black belt division. We have 2 athletes here in the semifinals remaining after Anthony, and that is Mr. Abraham Tu and Connor Diaz. Anthony today receives an overall score of 6.83. That places him in the 6th position for the standings thus far, with 2 additional athletes remaining. Next up, we have Mr. Abraham Tu.
Juliet, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로 Juliet, Cadet. Thank you.
And that was Abraham Tu from Just Taekwondo. In addition to Taekwondo, Abraham also attends Roland High School. Very excited to have him here competing today. Abraham receives a 3.13 accuracy score. In addition to enjoying training with his teammates, Abraham also enjoys watching anime and learning random things via YouTube. Today, Abraham receives 7.23 overall score for his choreo, and that will place him in the current standings at number 3. We do have a remaining competitor in this division, and that is Mr. Connor Diaz.
Juliet, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로 Juliet, Cadet. Thank you.
That was Connor Diaz from US Taekwondo Center. Thank you, Connor. Connor is our final athlete here in the semifinals division for the male junior black belts. In addition to Taekwondo, Connor also enjoys welding, which is a great hobby to learn, and enjoys playing football. Connor was the final of our 17 athletes today in the male junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Top 8 competitors will be moving on to the finals, which will be taking place in this ring shortly after we finish with the semifinals. Great work, all of the athletes. Thank you for all of your hard work and your dedication to your training. In just a moment, we'll have Connor's accuracy and presentation scores. All of the athletes here in the male junior black belt semifinals performed choreo, but coming up in the finals, all of the athletes will be performing 2 forms. Those 2 forms will have their scores combined in order to determine their final score for the finals division. And Connor receives a 2.27 accuracy score. As a reminder, the high and low score from the judges is dropped and the remaining 3 scores are averaged together. And combined with this 3.43, Connor receives 5.70 for his choreo. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Great work to all 17 of our athletes here in the male junior black belt division. Top 8 competitors shown on the screen, starting with Mr. Sunghung Eric Gunn, all the way down through Kajartan Knut Ho, are moving on to the finals. And we ask that those top 8 competitors please remain in the Zoom room. In just a little bit, we will display the call order for the 8 competitors. But again, thank you and congratulations to all of the athletes that just competed in the semifinals division. And welcome to this afternoon of the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. You're joining us here in Ring 2. This is the male 15 to, apologies, this is the male 12 to 14-year-old finals. One more correction, apologies. This is the male 15 to 17-year-old junior black belt Poomsae finals. We have 8 competitors who have moved on from the semifinals round joining us this evening. A lot of great competitors from across the country and referees joining us as well. We'll be getting started in just a moment with the division. Thank you everybody for joining us. And for the athletes, just get ready. We're about to get started. If you're just joining us, the Poomsae Finals will be taking place in this ring, and then after the completion of the Poomsae Finals, we'll be moving on to the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge. Kicking challenge is a great event that's been put together by the NCTA to help athletes demonstrate their sparring combination skills. Today in the finals, all the athletes will be performing 2 Poomsaes. Those Poomsae scores will determine their standings, and the top 4 athletes will be our finalists for this event. And first up today, we are going to have Kajartan Knutson Ho.
Sir, Chip. Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you, sir.
And that was Kajartan Knutson Ho. Joins us from 4 Points Middle School. He enjoys math and computer apps. Those are his favorites. As a reminder, all of our athletes are performing 2 Poomsae here in the final round. All athletes will be performing Taeguk 5 as well as Gumgong. Starting off for his accuracy score in his first Poomsae, Kajartan receives a 2.93. Combined with this 3.90, that gives him a 6.83. And up next, he will perform Gumgong.
Thank you, sir. Chip. Chip. 준비. 시작. 시작. 시작.
And this is the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships here in Ring 2. We're getting started with our male junior black belt Poomsae finals. Right now we have Kajartan Knutso Ho joining us from Team Forge Taekwondo. He'll be performing his second Poomsae in just a moment.
Mr. Kajartan, are you ready?
Yes, sir. We keep getting booted off the Zoom call.
We'll do the best we can. Chut! Junbi! Sijat! Paro! Chut! Cadet! Thank you, sir.
And that was Kajartan Knutson Ho from Team Forge Taekwondo performing his second Poomsae, Goom Gong. Previously performed Taeguk 5, receiving a 6.83. Second Poomsae Goom Gong, receiving a 2.80 for accuracy. That'll be combined in just a moment with his presentation score. As a reminder, it's a combination of both Poomsaes, which result in a final score for each athlete. And we're starting off today with Kajartan receiving a 6.75. Our next athlete up will be Mr. Anthony Deng.
Mr. Anthony, chut! Kune! Junbi! Sijat! Paro! Chut! Thank you, sir.
And that was Anthony Deng from Bayside Champions Taekwondo here in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. Performing his first Poomsae, Taeguk 5. He's our second competitor in the division today. We have a total of 8 competitors here in the finals. As we work our way through the finals, you will be able to see the rankings update. Top 4 competitors will be the winners, first, second, and 2 third place standings. Anthony starts off Taeguk 5 with a 6.57 and will now perform Goom Gong.
셋, 준비. 시작. 바로. 셋, 그래. Thank you, sir.
That is Anthony Deng from Bayside Champions Taekwondo. He performed Taeguk 5 already and just completed Gumgong. An accuracy score of 2.50. In just a moment, we'll have his presentation scores. Anthony is our second competitor of 8 today in the finals division for the male junior black belt Poomsae. And Anthony received a 6.07 for his Gumgong performance. Our next athlete will be Mr. Vincent Chen.
Mr. Vincent, 셋, 그네. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you, sir.
And that was Mr. Vincent Chen, our third competitor here in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals at the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Vincent just performed Taeguk Ojong, receiving a 2.83 accuracy score. Combined with 3.97, that gives him a 6.80. Mr. Chen will now perform Gumgong.
첸, 셋, 준비. 시작. 바로 셋 Cadet. Thank you, sir.
That was Vincent Chen performing Gumgong, his second Poomsae here in the finals round for the male junior black belt division. Previous score of 6.80 for Taeguk 5 and receiving a 2.80 for accuracy in his Gumgong performance. We have 5 remaining competitors. Today, Vincent receives 4.0 for presentation, giving him a 6.80 for both his Gumgong as well as his final Poomsae score. After Mr. Chen, Albert Zhang will be up next, but first our standings. In first place, we have Mr. Chen with a 6.8, Kajartan Knutson Ho 6.75, and Anthony Deng 6.32. We're off to a great start with 5 remaining competitors, and Albert Zhang is next.
Mr. Albert, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로 Should. Thank you, sir.
And that was Albert Zhang from Team Kim Bo-hyung Taekwondo, performing Taeguk 5, his first Poomsae in the male junior black belt finals. For each of our athletes today in the finals, they'll be performing 2 Poomsaes. Today, for his first Poomsae, Taeguk 5, Albert receives an accuracy score of 3.17. Combined with a 4.23, that gives him a 7.40. Albert will now perform Gumgong.
Mr. Albert, Chip, 준비. 시작. 바로 Should. Kune. Thank you, sir.
That was Albert Jung performing Goomgong, his second Poomsae here in the male junior black belt finals, receiving a 3.10 accuracy score. Just a moment. There we go. 4.30 for presentation. That gives him a 7.40 score for both Goomgong and his overall Poomsae score. We have 4 remaining competitors here in this finals division. Mr. Elliot Kim will be up next. And Elliot Kim from Eagles Taekwondo.
Mr. Elliott, Jet, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you, sir.
And that was Elliot Kim from Eagle Taekwondo performing his first Poomsae, Taeguk Ojang. Elliot is our 5th competitor in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. As a reminder, all of the competitors in the finals division performed 2 forms. Today is performing Taeguk 5 and Goomgong. Elliot receives a 3.07 combined with 4.07 presentation to start off with a 7.13. Mr. Kim will now perform Goomgong.
Elliott, Jet, 준비. 시작. 바로. Jet, Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was just Elliot Kim from Eagles Taekwondo performing his second Poomsae. Just a moment, we will have his scores up on the screen. Great group of competitors here in the male junior black belt division. We have 8 great competitors joining us today. If you're just joining us, this is the Male Junior Black Belt Finals for the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We're wrapping up the Poomsae Finals division. After this division completes, we will have the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge. Kicking Challenge is a great event that's been designed by the NCTA team in order to enable the aspiring athletes to show off some of their great skills. Similar to Poomsae, the kicking challenge also requires athletes to perform specific techniques and demonstrate accuracy and presentation as part of that kicking challenge. So we're pretty excited to have some of our 15 to 17-year-old athletes joining us for that after the completion of this round. Also later today, coming up in Ring 2, are the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, as well as the semi and finals for that male collegiate black belt Poomsae division. If you give us just a moment, we're just working out a little technical issue, and we will have the scores up on the screen for Mr. Elliot Kim, and then we'll be able to move on to Mr. Abraham Tu. And there we go. Elliot Kim, Eagles Taekwondo, receiving a 7.20 for Gumgong. That gives him a combined score of 7.17. Nice work, Mr. Kim. Next athlete of the three remaining is Mr. Abraham Tu.
Abraham, Jet, Kune. 준비. 시작. Oh. Sure. Thank you, sir.
And that was Abraham Tu from Just Taekwondo. Abraham also attends Roland High School. Excited to have him here competing in our great group of competitors in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. Abraham enjoys training with his teammates and also watching anime and learning random things on YouTube. It's always good to have an open mind and keep learning. Abraham starts off today. He receives a 3.20 for his accuracy score combined with a 4.37 presentation, gives him a 7.57. And next, Abraham will perform Gumgong as his second Poomsae for the competition.
Abraham, Jet, 준비. 시작. Maru. Chip. Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Abraham 2 performing his second Poomsae. His first Taeguk 5 Poomsae received a 7.50. Abraham's our sixth competitor today in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. We have 2 remaining competitors after Abraham. And we'll be giving the judges just a moment. They're working out their scores. 2 remaining competitors here in the division are Gun-Hung Lee and Sung-Hyung Eric Gun. We have 8 competitors in the finals. Top 4 will be the winners. As a reminder, top 4, we have 2 third place, 1 second place, and 1 first place winner. And after this finals division wraps up, we will move on to the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge here in ring 2. There is a brief technical issue, and we will be back in just a moment with Abraham 2's scores, and then move on to our additional competitors. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We're in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. We've had 6 competitors thus far. Abraham 2 has just finished Gumgong. We do have 2 remaining competitors, Mr. Chung-hee Lee and Sung-Hyung Eric Gun. While we have a moment as the judges are working out the score for Abraham, we just want to take a moment to thank the NCTA board and Master Chung, as well as Grandmaster Kim, for all of their assistance with the tournament. They always provide such outstanding support and provide great opportunities for all of our athletes. We also want to thank Master Sarathi and William for their great technical support, as well as all the TC members, referees, and other individuals who are volunteering their time in order to make this tournament happen. The NCTA tournaments are important milestones for all of our athletes, especially those looking to continue on with their Taekwondo athleticism. The NCTA Championships is a stepping board for many of our athletes who are looking to move on to national and international competitions. NCTA often serves as the stepping stone for those great events, such as selecting national teams for the World University Games, FISU America Games, and the World Taekwondo Festival, the World University Taekwondo Festival, as well as other international events. It's a great way for schools and clubs to be able to come together and provide challenges for their athletes as they continue to develop their skills. So just a little reminder for all of our spectators, athletes, and coaches, we do have a number of folks joining us nationally as well as internationally. For our judging group here in Ring 2, we have Miss Twa Nguyen joining us from Seattle. She's our co-captain of the judges, and we're grateful for all of her work. And Abraham 2's scores have been updated. He received 7.3 for Gumgong, giving him a 7.42 overall. Once we finish up getting some updates in for Abraham, we'll be able to display our standings and move on to Mr. Chung Hong Lee. And apologies for the delay there, Abraham. Thank you for being patient with us. And that has just been fixed. So Abraham, 7.44, a final Poomsae score. And our standings, now that we've had 6 competitors, are showing on the screen. Mr. Abraham 2, 7.44, putting him in the first ranking with 2 remaining competitors, followed by Albert Jung. And next up, Kan-hee Lee.
Mr. Lee, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chip, Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Mr. Kan-hee Lee, one of our male junior black belts here in the Poomsae Finals. He also attends Athens High School and enjoys playing games. Good hobbies to have. All of our athletes here in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals are performing Taeguk 5. Mr. Lee starts off with a 3.10 accuracy score. Once we have his scores, we will be moving him on to perform Gumgong, and he receives 4.17 presentation, giving him a 7.27 for Taeguk 5. Mr. Lee will now perform Gumgong.
Play, Chad. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chad, 그네. Thank you, sir.
And that was Concl Lee with Miracles USA Taekwondo performing Gumgong. He previously performed Taeguk 5, receiving a 7.27. We have one athlete remaining in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals today after Mr. Lee, and that will be Mr. Sung Hung Eric Gunn. A lot of great athletes working hard as they competed through the semifinals prior to this round. Mr. Lee receiving a 3.13 combined with his 4.43. That gives him a 7.7 for Gumgong and a 7.42 overall for his final Poomsae score. That places Mr. Lee in the second place standing. And up next, we have Mr. Sung Hung Eric Gunn.
Chad, 그네. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you, sir.
And that was Sung Hyung Eric Gunn from Team ATMA, our last competitor today in the male junior black belt Poomsae finals. Thank you, Eric, for all of your hard work and joining the competition today. Eric has medaled at a number of world and national championships, so great work, Eric, continuing your training. Today, Eric receives a 3.37 for Taeguk 5 accuracy and a 4.6 for presentation, giving him a 7.97 to start off. Eric will now perform Gumgong.
Eric, Chad, 준비. 시작! 바로! 슛! Finish! Thank you, sir.
And that was Eric Gunn from Team ATMA performing his second Poomsae here in the Black Belt Finals, receiving a 7.87 for Gumgong, an overall score of 7.92. Eric was our final competitor today in the finals division, and that 7.92 places him in the first ranking position for this division, followed by Abraham 2. And then our 2 third place standings go to Kanhee Lee and Albert Jung. Great job to all of our athletes today, working hard through both the semifinals and the finals. Congratulations to all of our competitors for your outstanding work. Up next in ring 2 will be the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge. It's a great competition. We hope you'll stay with us while we move forward. After the kicking challenge for the 15 to 17-year-old male, we'll move on to the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries.
Ew.
And welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is the male 15 to 17-year-old kicking challenge division. In the division today, we do have one athlete, Makeo Desador from CW Taekwondo. Big thanks to our judges for joining us, as well as our athletes. We're going to get started with the kicking challenge. It's a sparring combination challenge with 5 required elements. And apologies, Makeo is from USA Taekwondo. Those 5 required elements for the kicking challenge include attacking, defensive, and stepping sequences, as well as some head kick required for blue belts and up.
Jimmy.
차렷.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Get ready. Jimmy. 시작.
좀 더 해야 돼.
그만.
바로.
And thank you, Makeo from USA Taekwondo, our competitor today in the male junior black belt kicking challenge finals. Judges will be entering his scores in just a moment. As a reminder for the kicking challenge, the mechanics of the scoring is a total of 4 points possible for accuracy and total of 6 points for presentation. Makeo today receives a 3.20 for his accuracy. Great work there, Makeo. Couple of things judges are looking for the presentation score is the explosiveness and speed, his footwork and connection of the movements, and overall expression and sparring realism. And today he receives a 3.93 for presentation, giving him a 7.13 overall. Great work, Makeo, and thank you for all of the practice and work that went into preparing for the competition today. Makeo receives first place in the male junior black belt kicking challenge. So great work, Makeo and USA Taekwondo. Great having you and your athletes here today. Coming up next in ring 2 after a brief break will be the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. We'll be back with that next division after a short break. And welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. In just a little bit here in Ring 2, we will be starting our next division of male collegiate black belt Poomsae. We have 29 competitors joining us here in the preliminaries. A couple of reminders for our athletes. Please review your screen. Please remember to turn off your video and your microphone until you are on deck. Please make sure that your Zoom name is set to your competitor name in order for us to be able to let you into the competition at the appropriate time. Please make sure that there are no virtual backgrounds or effects turned on. As a reminder, please remember to stay in the frame during your performance. If there are technical difficulties, you will not be penalized if the judges ask for you to redo your form. To help with the video quality, please remember to ask anyone else in the room to turn off their internet-enabled devices. And then finally, for all of our competitors, please remain in the Zoom room until the round results are announced. If you are moving on to the semifinals or then on to the finals, please remain in this room. Otherwise, after the results are announced, please leave the room. Our first competitor today in the male collegiate black belt preliminaries is going to be Jeremy Su, then followed by Dario Bernal and Gregory Scottco. And while we're getting our athletes situated, we just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the great referees here in Ring 2 who have joined us to make this competition happen today. Thank you to all of you for your dedication and commitment to the sport. So first up, we are going to go ahead and get started. Our first athlete is Jeremy Su.
Chad? 경애. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Jeremy Su from Columbia University. He's performing Taekwondo 7, Taekwondo Chilchang. He's our first of the 29 competitors in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. We'll receive Jeremy's scores in just a moment. As a reminder, this is a preliminary round, so all of our competitors will be performing one Poomsae. Their designated Poomsae today is Taekwondo 7. All of our athletes will be scored based on their accuracy and presentation. Those accuracy and presentation scores are combined to give an overall score. And throughout the round, we will show up on the screen the standings for our athletes. There are a number of athletes, so half of the division will be moving on to the next round. Today, since there are 29 athletes, it is the top 15 that will move on. Jeremy starts off with an accuracy score of 3.17. In just a moment, we'll have his presentation score. The top and lowest score from the judges are dropped, and the 3 remaining scores are averaged to provide accuracy and presentation scores, which are then combined for a final score. And I'm getting word that the judges may need to make a quick update to the scoring as we get started again here this evening. This has been a great day of competition. If you joined us earlier, we've had a lot of great black belts performing today throughout the day, and as well as performing Poomsae. The NCTA kicked off today with an outstanding kicking challenge designed to help our athletes demonstrate their sparring skills. The Poomsae scoring is the same as the World Taekwondo format. All of the athletes can receive possibility of a total of 4 points for accuracy, and then a possible 6 points for their presentation. The presentation score makes up 3 categories of power and speed, rhythm and flow, and also their expression of ki. Each one of those categories, they can receive up to 2 points. Similar to accuracy scoring, there are major and minor deductions which are applied throughout the performance. And in just a moment, Jeremy's updated scores will display on the screen as we get the correct scores from the judges. And there we go. Jeremy starts off with 3.10 for accuracy. Combined with a 4.10, Jeremy starts off with a 7.20. And next up, we have Mr. Dario Bernal.
Cadet. 경례. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure, thank you.
That was Dario Bernal joining us from Cornell University, performing Taekwondo 7 here in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries. After we receive Dario's scores, Gregory Scottco will be up next. Our top 15 athletes in the division will move on to the semifinals, which will start right after this round here in the same ring. While we're waiting on Dario's score, we just want to take a moment to thank the NCTA board and Master Chung as well as Grandmaster Kim for all of their assistance and guidance. It's thanks to their great leadership that the events such as these are able to be put on, as well as all of the TC members and referees who are volunteering their time. And a special thank you to Master Sarathi and William for their technical support, as well as Jamie Schulte. A lot of great team members coming together in order to have the competition go well. We may need to make an update to the standings. Just as a FYI, we do have some competitors with the same school who are competing in other rings, so their technical equipment may be used. So there is possibility we may move to Justin Marr after Dario to give a chance for the competitors to compete in their other divisions. But give us just a moment and we will have Dario scores. As a reminder, for all of the Poomsae competitions, the Poomsaes are assigned through a random draw and announced the week prior to the competition. So all of the athletes are competing using Taeguk 7 here in the preliminaries. It's also known as Taeguk Chilchang. That will allow consistency in the scoring and the standards for all of the athletes. Little did you know information, the first World Poomsae Championship was held in 2006, and it's pretty amazing. The sport has evolved significantly since then. A lot of consistency in the scoring, a lot more interest in the Poomsae competition and great competitors. Amazing athleticism is needed by all of our athletes. It takes a lot of effort in order to not just learn the form, but also the precision that's associated with all of their kicks, their blocks, and their strikes. The importance of the NCTA events is it's really a launching stone for athletes who want to continue to compete at both the national and international level. A lot of the national teams are selected through the events. And for Dario today, he receives 2.9 accuracy and a 3.73 on his presentation. That gives him a 6.63, gives him second in the standings as we move our way through the 29 athletes. And as I mentioned, we may have to jump over to Mr. Justin Marr for our call order in order to help our athletes adapt who have athletes from multiple schools across our 4 rings this evening. And up next, we have Justin Marr.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Show. Thank you.
And from the United States Military Academy at West Point, that is Justin Marr. Thank you for joining us, Justin, and for your flexibility with a call order. We have a number of athletes who are joining us from West Point, and we're grateful for their participation as well as their training in order to be of service. Justin has performed Taeguk Chulchang. In just a moment, we'll see his accuracy and presentation scores. It's our third competitor here of the 29 athletes that we have in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries for the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. It's a great event being put on for all of our athletes to be able to continue to compete and stay safe. After Justin, we will have Mr. Dylan Doe. But first, Justin's score, he receives a 2.93 for accuracy. Just a moment, we'll see his presentation scores. And the two scores in red are the high and the low from the judges, which are dropped. Receiving a 3.77 for presentation, that gives Justin a 6.70, putting him in the second place for the standings. And next up, we will have Dylan Doe.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Show. Thank you.
And that was Dylan Doe from the World Class Tiger Eye Taekwondo School. Great job, Dylan. Thank you for joining us. Dylan attends the W.T. Woodson High School, class of 2021. His favorite classes are math and physics. Today, Dylan receives a 2.93 for his accuracy score. One of his great accomplishments was finishing in second place in pairs with his sister at the 2019 NCTA Nationals. Great work there, Dylan. And he receives 3.83, giving him a 6.77 for his score. That now bumps Mr. Dylan Doe up into the second place standing. As a reminder, for the standings, they'll be updated as we move our way through the competition. And up next, we have Mr. Matthew Chase.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Show. Thank you.
And that was Matthew Chase from Rutgers University here in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. In addition to going to Rutgers, Matthew also enjoys singing and is a material science and engineering major. Matthew receives a 2.57 accuracy score. And a 3.67 presentation, so he now receives a 6.23. Thank you, Matthew. That places Matthew 5th in the standings. Up next, we have Mr. Jae-Woo Lee.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작.
No, look at they're all sleeping in the sun. I mean, you don't know that. It's still in 20 minutes. You want me to get softer?
Borrow. Show. Thank you.
That was Jae-Woo Lee from Rutgers University. Jae-Woo is our 6th athlete so far today in our group of 29 in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. He receives a 3.17 accuracy score. All of our athletes in the preliminaries this evening are performing Taekwondo 7. For both the preliminaries and the semifinals, all athletes will compete one form, which will determine the standings to move on to the next round. And Jae-Woo receives a 7.23 overall score that bumps him up to the top of the standings of the athletes which have competed thus far. Up next, we have Mr. Emil Dravid.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Sure. Thank you.
Joining us from Northwestern University, that was Emile Dravid. Emile is a computer science major looking to graduate in 2023. One thing that great memory he has is being able to travel down to his dojang in New Jersey, and is looking forward to be able to get back to that. Emile today receives a 3.20 accuracy score for his Taeguk 7 performance. Combined with a 4.10 presentation score, that gives Emile Dravid a 7.30. And once again, as we go through the competition, we'll see the standings updated. That just put Emile up in the first position standing of the seven athletes we've had thus far. Our next athlete will be Tyler Didolf.
저요? 경연. 준비. 시작. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Tyler Didolf from SUNY Cortland in New York. Great job, sir. Tyler is looking to graduate in 2022 with a major in business and economics. Today, he's starting off with a 7.07 for his Taeguk 7 score. That puts Tyler in third place standing of the competitors that have gone thus far. After Tyler, we will have Jason Dahlberg. Nice job to all of our competitors thus far. And next up is Jason.
저요? 경연. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Jason Dahlberg. He is a geology major at UT Austin, looking to graduate in 2024. Nice work, Jason. Thank you for joining us here in the Male Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Little fun piece of information about Jason. He once did an ice cream marathon that involved going to 10 ice cream shops in one day. That is some significant perseverance right there. Can't even imagine running on ice cream. But today, making his Taeguk 7 smooth Taeguk 7 scores for Jason will be up in just a moment. After we have scores for Jason, we'll also display the updated standings once more and then move on to our next competitor, Casey Liu. And we're going to take a moment and ask Jason if he could perform Taeguk 7 one more time. There was a little bit of a challenge with the audio. As a reminder, because of the live online rules, an athlete is not penalized if they're asked to perform their form a second time for the judges. So we're just going to take a moment and make sure that Jason's microphone is unmuted. The judges will be able to hear him.
차렷. 준비. Jason, can you please make a sound so that we know we can hear you?
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you. 시작. Oh. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Jason Dahlberg from UT Austin, geology major, receiving a 3.10 accuracy score from the judges today. We'll have his presentation score in just a moment. If you're just joining us, this is the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. We have 29 athletes today in this round. The top 15 will move on to the semifinals. From the semifinals, top 8 will then move on to the finals. So lots of hard work ahead for these gentlemen. Jason is receiving a 7.13 for his Taeguk 7 performance. That puts him in the 3rd place standing. Up next after Jason, we will have Mr. Casey Liu.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Earl. Sure. Thank you.
That was Casey Liu from the University of California, the Merced campus. receiving a 3.20 for accuracy here in the preliminaries for the male black belts. After Mr. Liu, Sean Lee will be up next. And Casey receives a 4.10 presentation score. That gives him a 7.30 for Taeguk 7. That puts Casey in the current standings in the second position. Just ahead of him is Mr. Emil Dravid. And up next, we have Mr. Sean Lee.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Thorough. Show. Thank you.
That was Sean Lee from Just Taekwondo, performing Taeguk 7 here in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries. Sean receives a 3.20 for his accuracy score. As a reminder, the two scores in red that you see are the high and low that are dropped. 4.10 for presentation, giving him a 7.30 for Taeguk 7. That 7.30 does place Sean in the first position standings as of this moment for the division. Have a number of athletes remaining. Up next, we have Bailey Ong.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Thorough. Sure. Thank you.
And that's Bailey Ong from Rutgers University. Bailey is a music major looking to graduate in 2024. Bailey receives a 2.87 for his accuracy score for his Taeguk 7. And a 3.87 presentation that gives him a 6.73 for Taeguk 7. That places him 9th in the standings. Our next competitor will be Abraham Chong.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Show. Thank you.
And that was Abraham Chung from Rutgers University, one of our many athletes joining us today from Rutgers. Thank you to all of the coaches and team members for joining us today. Abraham receives a 2.80. In just a moment, there we go, 3.8 for presentation, giving him a 6.60. That's 12th place in the standings. After Abraham, we'll have Mr. Peter Tran.
차렷. 흥해. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Show. Thank you.
That was Peter Tran from MIT joining us. He's a student looking to graduate this year with major in EECS. In addition to his studies, he enjoys playing Frisbee with the MIT Taekwondo team over the summer. Peter just performed Taeguk 7 for the judges. We're working our way through the 29 competitors here in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. A lot of great athletes demonstrating their skills this evening. Top 15 competitors will move on to the semifinals. So a great group of athletes working hard. All of the judges are taking a look at every athlete's accuracy and overall presentation. The accuracy score is made up of possible 4 points with some major and minor deductions based on how the Poomsae is performed, and then possibility of up to 6 points for their presentation scores. Judges there are looking for power and speed, as well as the overall rhythm and flow and their expression of ki. Since it is a preliminary round, all of the athletes are performing one designated Poomsae, and for the athletes here in the collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, that is Taeguk 7. After we have the scores for Peter, the next athlete up on deck will be Mr. Christopher Riccardi. Peter receives an accuracy score of 2.67 and a presentation of 3.7. That gives him a combined score of 6.37. placing Peter currently in the 13th position of the athletes who have competed thus far. Next up is Christopher Riccardi.
Trễ, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Christopher Riccardi, one of the many great athletes joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Thank you for taking a moment out of your training to join us for the competition. Christopher, in looking to graduate in 2023 as a major in military history. Today, he receives an accuracy score of 2.57 for TAGUC 7, and we'll have his presentation scores in just a moment. After Christopher, Mr. Justin Lamb will be on deck, and Christopher receives a total score for his TAGUC 7 performance of 6.10. That puts him in the 15th position of the athletes who have gone thus far. We have 14 athletes remaining in the division, and next up, Justin Lamb.
trễ, 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Justin Lamb, also from Rutgers University. Justin is looking to graduate this year with a degree in exercise science and kinesiology. Justin receives a 2.57 accuracy score for his TAGUC 7 performance. A lot of great athletes competing today in a large division, so lots of competition for these young gentlemen. 29 overall athletes, top 15 will be moving on to the semifinals. And he receives a 6.20 overall score for his TAGUC 7. Thank you, Justin. Up next, following Justin, we have Mr. Michael Steiner.
trễ, 경례. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Michael Steiner from Colorado Springs, Colorado University. We're working our way through the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries of 29 athletes. We have 12 athletes remaining after Michael. All of them are performing Taeguk 7 as their designated Poomsae for the competition and the preliminaries. Michael receiving a 2.83 accuracy score that will be combined with his presentation score. And as a reminder, the high and the low score show up in red because those are dropped, and it's the remaining 3 scores that are averaged to determine accuracy and presentation scoring. After Michael, next up will be Mr. Jae-Wong Jung. As a reminder, immediately following the preliminaries this evening, we will start the semifinals. Top 15 athletes will move on to those semifinals. And then of those athletes, it's the top 8 that move on to the finals, and that'll be the final competition in Ring 2 today for the NCTA Live Online Spring National Collegiate Taekwondo Championships. Thank you to the NCTA board and all of the great support team members, as well as TC members and referees who have volunteered in order to make this competition happen. And we'll have Michael's presentation score in just a moment. The judges are finishing up entering that information. In addition to the male collegiate black belt Poomsae happening here, there are 3 additional rings occurring where we have a number of athletes, female and male divisions, competing in both Poomsae and kicking challenges. A lot of great work happening to help the athletes as they compete from their various locations around the country. And Michael, give us just a moment. The judges are finishing up your scoring. It'll be up on the screen in a second. And then we will be able to display the standings. There we go. 6.67 overall for Michael Steiner this evening. That places him in the current standings in the 11th position. And then we will move on to Mr. Jae-Wong Jung.
Jayan? 경혜. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Mr. Jae-Wong Jeon joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Mr. Zhang is working on a degree in psychology while he is training at the United States Military Academy. Great work, sir. Some of his hobbies include going on a ruck, reading books, and playing instruments. It's a lot of work for an individual attending West Point, so we're really glad that all of them were able to join us for the competition today. We'll have his scores for Taeguk 7 in just a moment. After Mr. Jae-Wong Jeong, we'll have Joshua Ko and the other 11 remaining athletes here in the in the preliminaries division this evening. Just a little fun information while we're waiting on the latest scores. Did you know that the first World Poomsae Championship was in 2006? Our sport has come a long way, but it was a great start for getting Poomsae on the world stage and how much it has evolved. We have outstanding judges joining us from around the world today to help score our athletes. Today in Ring 2, we have judges from the United States as well as Canada and Iran. We're grateful to have them here with us. It's a great mix of experience from the various judges who have joined us. Just a couple of the judges today include Katie Czar from Vermont, Ms. Zoe Munoz, who started Taekwondo when she was 3 years old. We also have Mr. Richard Poole joining us from Des Moines, Iowa. He recently tested for his 4th Dan, so congratulations to Master Poole. Also joining us, we have Rahim Safaye from Tehran. We have Mr. Daniel Desmarais from Canada, and Mohammed Kamal Abbasi joining us from Iran. And then our co-captain of the referees today is Miss Tua Nguyen. She's joining us from Seattle, Washington. Thank you to all of the referees for your hard work. And today, Jae-Wong Jeong receives a 7.33 for the athletes which have gone thus far. That pushes him up into the first place standing with 11 athletes remaining. Up next, we will have Mr. Joshua Ko.
셋, 경례. 준비. 시작. Hello. Show. Thank you.
And thank you, Joshua Ko from the United States Military Academy at West Point, another one of our USMA West Point athletes this evening. He's looking looking to graduate with a degree in applied statistics and data science in 2024. Joshua receives an accuracy score for TAGUC 7 of 2.80. And that combined with his presentation scores gives to him a 6.53 for TAGUC 7. As we move our way through the standings, that places him in the 15th position with Mr. Aaron Fleischer up next.
Cadet, 경례, 준비, 시작. Borrow. Show. Thank you.
And that was Aaron Fleischer from MIT. Aaron is looking to graduate in either 2021 or 2022 with a degree in electrical engineering and computer science. He receives this evening for his TAGUC 7 performance a 6.03. Thank you, Aaron. Our athlete next up will be Mr. Neil Stillen.
cadet, 경례, 준비, 시작. Borrow. Show. Thank you.
From Cornell Taekwondo, that is Neil Stillen, one of our many male collegiate black belts performing this evening in the Poomsae competition. We're in the preliminaries right now with 8 remaining athletes after Neil. Neil is working on his PhD in physics at Cornell. Glad he could take some time to join the competition. This evening, he receives a 2.67 for accuracy. Combined with 3.53 presentation, Neil receives a 6.20 for his TAGUC 7 performance, placing him in the 19th position of our standings. After Neil, we will have Chris Jin as our next competitor, as we're continuing through the 29 competitors this evening.
cadet, 경례, 준비, 시작. Burrow. Show. Thank you.
And also joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point, that is Chris Jin performing Taeguk 7. Chris receives a 2.43 accuracy score. In just a moment, we'll have his presentation score for Taeguk 7. After Chris, Mr. Samuel Kim will be up next. Chris receives an overall score of 5.97 for his Taeguk 7. And great work by all of our competitors thus far in this very large division. Up next, we have Mr. Samuel Kim.
Chat. 경례. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Show. Thank you.
That was Samuel Kim from MIT. We're getting into the remaining group for the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. Samuel receives a 2.90 for his accuracy score. As a reminder, the two scores that you see in red are the high and low score, which are dropped, and the remaining scores are averaged to provide the competitor score for each category. Those two categories are then combined in order to provide the final score for the Taeguk 7 performance. And Samuel receives a 3.73 presentation, giving him a 6.63. That means that the 13th position is tied and will continue to progress through the competition tonight with 6 remaining athletes. Mr. Jeremy Fredericks will be up next.
자, 경례. 경례. Mr. Fredericks, can you hear me? 경례. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that was Jeremy Fredericks from the University of Washington, receiving a 3.0 accuracy score. And a 3.9 presentation that gives him a 6.90 for Taeguk 7, placing Jeremy in the standings as of the moment at the 9th position with some additional remaining athletes. After Jeremy, up next will be Mr. Andrew Bliss. As a reminder, the top 15 athletes will move on to the semifinal rounds.
Cadet. 경례. 준비. 시작. Arrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Andrew Bliss from Cornell University. Andrew receiving a 2.50 accuracy score. Andrew is majoring in biomedical engineering and pre-med, looking to graduate in 2024. And with 3.5, that gives him a score of 6.0 for his Taeguk 7, with a positional standing for the current athletes, 24th position. Up next, we will have Joshua Walk.
cadet. 경례. 준비. 시작. Arrow. Sure. Thank you.
And that's Joshua Walk. He's from Northeastern University, with looking to graduate in 2022 with a computer engineering and computer science degree, receiving 2.73 accuracy score. In addition to training, Joshua also enjoys helping to train the younger students and performing demonstrations at events. After Joshua's scores come up, there we go, receiving a Taeguk 7 score, 6.53, placing him in the 16th standing as of the present athletes. Next up, we will have Mr. Nathaniel Lumpkin. And Mr. Nathaniel Lumpkin is next.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Show. Thank you.
And that was Nathaniel Lumpkin, one of the great athletes joining us from West Point. As we're finishing up the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, a little reminder, the semifinals will take place in this ring immediately following the semifinals. I'm sorry, immediately following the preliminaries. All of the athletes are asked to stay in the room if they are moving on to the semifinals. It'll help us with the logistics and keep moving with the tournament. After Nathaniel scores are received this evening, we'll be moving on to Justin Chan. We have a couple of athletes remaining in this division tonight. Looking forward to receiving the scores for Nathaniel and seeing where we are in the standings tonight in the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. It's been a great day of competition. We've had a number of black belt divisions here in Ring 2, as well as in the multiple rings. We've had some color belt competitions, and in addition to Poomsae, NCTA was able to put together a great kicking challenge for our athletes to demonstrate their sparring skills. And while we have a moment, we definitely want to take a moment to thank all of the judges and the NCTA board, as well as Master Chuang and Grandmaster Kim for all of their help. It's through all of the board members and masters involved and the volunteers and referees that they're able to bring the competition together for you. This is one of a number of events that the NCTA team started hosting live and online to help our athletes continue to have those competition challenges until we're all able to safely be in person again. And Nathan receives an accuracy score of 2.33 and 3.40 for 3.43 for presentation, giving him a 5.77 for his Taeguk 7 performance. Up next, we have Mr. Justin Chen.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 시작. Oh. Sure. Thank you.
And thank you, Justin Chen from Eagles Taekwondo. After Justin, we do have one remaining competitor. Justin tonight receives a 3.17 for his accuracy score. After Justin, Mr. Gregory Scotto will be up next. Tonight, Justin receives a 7.27 for Taeguk 7. That places him in the current standings in the 5th position. The top 15 athletes will move on to the semifinals, which will take place right here in this ring. So, and there we go, current standings on the screen. Up next, Mr. Gregory Scottco.
Cadet. 경연. 준비. 시작. Earl. Sure. Thank you.
Joining us from Rutgers, that's Gregory Scottco. Gregory is looking to graduate in 2022 with a degree in mechanical engineering. He is our final competitor this evening. We had 29 competitors in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries. That means the top 15 athletes will move on to the semifinals, which will take place right here in ring 2 after a brief break. And Gregory, one of his favorite classes is called Dynamic Systems and Controls, which sounds very appropriate for a mechanical engineering student. But in addition to school, Gregory also enjoys hanging out and getting food after practices or doing sing-alongs on the bus rides to and from the competitions, hoping all of that can resume back to normal at some point here. We've had a lot of great athletes this evening. We're asking them to stay in the Zoom room until we get through the final results in the preliminaries here. 29 great athletes competing this evening in a very large division. A lot of hard work in their training has been demonstrated tonight. Once we are able to move on to the semifinals, the top 15 athletes that move on will also have a designated Poomsae, and since it is the semifinals, that round also will consist of one form that will be judged by our wonderful team of referees. And out of the semifinals, top 8 will move on to the finals. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is Ring 2. We have the Male Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Preliminaries. We've just finished up with our final athlete, Gregory Scottco, who performed Taeguk 7, and his scores will be up in just a moment. Judges are working through the process of getting them all submitted. Once those scores do display up on the screen, you'll see that 2 of the scores will show in red in Poomsae scoring. The top and the bottom score, the highest and the lowest of both accuracy and presentation, are dropped, and the 3 remaining scores from the judges are then averaged. And then both the accuracy and presentation scores are combined to determine a final score for that particular Poomsae performance. Lots of technicalities that go into performing our Poomsae. A lot of the judges in the forms are looking for their overall accuracy, but also within the presentation, judges are looking for the overall power and speed, the rhythm and the flow of the Poomsae, and the athlete's expression of ki. For presentation, the athletes can receive up to 6-point maximum in those 3 categories. And for their accuracy, they can receive up to 4 points. And Gregory receives a 2.90. Little footnote, we do have a tie for 15th place, so depending on how this updates, it may result in a tiebreaker for the 15th position. Gregory receives a 6.57 that places him in the 17th position of the standings this evening. All right, and the standings for the Male Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Preliminary Division are displayed on your screen. But as you will notice, both Dario and Samuel have received a final score of 6.63, and their presentation scores are both 3.73, which means we do have a true tie this evening in the preliminaries. So we are going to have to break that tie, and we'll give just a moment to the judges in order to take care of the setup in order to address the tie. So Dario and Samuel, just sit tight for a moment, please. And that is Dario Bernal and Samuel Kim, who will be asked to perform in just a moment to break the 15th place tie and determine who will move on to the semifinals. For the tiebreaker this evening, for Dario Bernal and Samuel Kim, they will be performing the same Poomsae. We will give them just a moment to get prepared, and also for our judges get prepared for that tiebreaker. If you're just joining us, this is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We're in the process of finishing up the male collegiate black belt Poomsae Preliminaries. All of our athletes have competed in the preliminaries this evening, but we have a tie for 15th place between Dario Bernal and Mr. Samuel Kim. Both athletes for their Taeguk performance this evening received a 6.63 and the same score for their presentation, which means it's a true tie. And in that instance, we do move to a tiebreaker for those two athletes. Our judges will be calling the athlete up in just a moment to start with the tie breaking. Dario will be up first, followed by Mr. Samuel Kim. All right, and moving on to the tiebreaker.
Cadet. Concl. 준비. 시작. Thorough. Show. Thank you.
And joining us from Cornell University, that is Dario Bernal. We are working through a tiebreaker this evening in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries. We had two 15th place standings, so this tiebreaker is going to determine who will move on to the semifinals. After Dario receives his scores, the next up for the tiebreaker will be Mr. Samuel Kim. Just a little reminder when it comes to the tiebreakers, the overall score is looked at. If the overall score is tied, we then look to the presentation scores. If that is the same, then we do have to move on to the tiebreaker. Since both the gentlemen placed in the top 15, we're determining who's going to move on to the semifinals. A great group of male athletes this evening joining us from colleges across the nation. 29 athletes overall in this division, so a very tight field and great work by all of our athletes. Scoring overall, though, for the tiebreaker Poomsae is the same. You'll see the accuracy in the presentation scores where the high and the low are dropped and the 3 remaining are averaged in. Same methodology as World Taekwondo, where accuracy can receive up to a total of 4 points and the presentation can receive up to 6 points based on the 3 categories that are considered in the presentation section of the judging. And for all of our competitors that have finished up in the preliminaries, just remember top 15, please make sure you stay in the Zoom room and be prepared to get started as soon as we finish up the tiebreaker. We'll get everything organized and moving along as quickly as possible. Little fun fact for today's NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is the first online tournament by NCTA that included a kicking challenge. It was a great event that was run on all 4 rings of the event today. That kicking challenge provided an opportunity for our athletes to demonstrate their sparring skills. And we're very grateful for the team for coming up with that particular challenge. Also today at the tournament, we had 11 international athletes. Some of those, international referees, some of those international referees joining us right here in ring 2. And we have Dario Bernal's tie-breaking score of 6.60. Thank you, sir.
Cadet, 경례. 준비. 시작. Hello. चलिए Good. Thank you.
And that was Samuel Kim. He is an MIT student, fourth year PhD, working on his PhD in electrical engineering. Nice work, Samuel. If you just join us, we did have a tie in the preliminaries. So we have two athletes who are in the process of a tiebreaker. Mr. Kim receiving a 2.90 for his accuracy score. Athlete with the highest score in this tiebreaker will move on to the semifinals, which will be presented right here in ring 2. And Samuel has received a 6.50. And through the tiebreaker, Dario is now in 15th position, which means Dario will be moving on to the finals. Great work, all of our male collegiate black belt athletes today. It's a huge division and a lot of hard work which went into competing today. In just a little bit, our top 15 athletes will move on to the semifinals right here in ring 2. Give all of the athletes just a moment to get situated, and we'll present the call order on the screen in just a moment. This is the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. Here in ring 2, we have the male collegiate black belts. We're going to be starting the Poomsae semifinals in a little bit. After the break here, we will have our top 15 athletes from the semifinals, from the preliminaries moving on to the semifinals. We're giving all of the athletes and the referees a brief break, and then we'll get started in just a little bit. And welcome back to Ring 2 for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We'll be getting started in just a little bit with the male collegiate black belt semifinals. Call order for our athletes is displayed on the screen. Top 15 athletes from the preliminaries have moved on here to the semifinals. It was a great previous round. We had 29 athletes all performing wonderfully, but it's the top 15 that get to move on. Once we are able to get started, we'll be starting off with Mr. Casey Liu, followed by Mr. Jae Wing Zhang. As a reminder, for the semifinals, the top 8 athletes out of this round will move on to the finals. We're going to be taking just a little bit of a break while we continue to give our athletes a moment to get prepared and all of our judges situated for this next round. We appreciate everyone joining us this evening and looking forward to continuing the competition in just a few minutes. And good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. The updated call order for the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals is displaying on our screen. We have Casey Liu, who will be starting off, followed by Mr. Jae-Won Zhang and Jeremy Fredericks. We'll be getting started in just a moment, so if all of our semifinal athletes could get ready, we'll be starting off in just a moment. Couple of friendly reminders. Please make sure that the video and audio are turned off until you are on deck and ready to go. Once you have competed, please remain in the Zoom room until the semifinal round does complete. Once semifinal round completes, that'll determine who will move on to the finals. We have 15 competitors tonight in the semifinals. Top 8 this evening will move on to the finals for the male collegiate black belt division. And of course, we want to say a big thank you to the NCTA tournament committees and referee volunteers who have spent their time making this tournament a success, as well as all the great athletes and their coaches whose commitment and dedication have helped make the event possible. We've had a lot of great competitors today, and we are looking forward to get started here in the semifinals in just a moment. Our first competitor will be Mr. Casey Liu.
Mr. Liu, Chip, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 와! 와! Oh! Chip, Cadet. Thank you, sir.
And that was Casey Liu from the University of California at Merced. Starting off the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals this evening. We have a total of 15 athletes in the round. Casey starting off with a 3.20 accuracy. All of our athletes tonight will be performing Taeguk 8 in the semifinals round. Since it is semifinals, there will just be one Poomsae performed by each of the athletes. There we go. Received a score of 4.07 for a total of 7.27 for Taeguk 8. Next athlete will be Jae-Won Jung.
Mr. John, Chip, Cadet. 준비. 시작! 바로 샷! Connect! Thank you, sir.
And that was Mr. Jaewong Jung joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point. He's working on a degree in psychology, receiving a 3.07 accuracy score for his Taekwondo 8. After Jaewong scores are received, we'll move on to Mr. Jeremy Fredericks, and Jaewong receives 7.13 for Taeguk 8. Second competitor this evening. Our third competitor will be Jeremy Fredericks.
Mr. Fredericks, jet, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로 jet, Kune. Thank you, sir.
That was Jeremy Fredericks from the University of Washington, our third athlete in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals. Jeremy receives a 2.73 accuracy score for Taeguk 8. As a reminder, the high and the low, which will show in red on the screen, are dropped, and the 3 remaining scores are averaged to determine each category of scores, so for both accuracy and presentation. After Mr. Jeremy Fredericks, on deck is Mr. Michael Steiner. And up next at US Taekwondo Center is Mr. Michael Steiner.
Mr. Steiner, jet, Kune. 준비. 시작. Arrow. Good. Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Michael Steiner from Colorado Springs, Colorado University, receiving 2.90 accuracy score and 3.77 presentation, giving us a 6.67 for Taeguk 8, placing him in the 3rd position. And just a little note, because we had a glitch there, Mr. Jeremy Fredericks received a 6.57, which has him its current standings of the 4th position. And on to our next athlete, Justin.
Mr. Justin, Jet, Kune. Junbi. Si Jet. Arrow. Jet. Kune. Thank you, sir.
From Eagles team, that was Justin Chen. He's studying at the California State University Fullerton campus. Justin receives a 3.17 accuracy score. We're working our way through the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals, our final division that's working their way in this ring 2 tonight. Great work for all of the athletes who have also had to make their way through the preliminaries to get through to this point. And a 4.13 presentation that gives Justin a 7.3. Currently in the top of the standings as we get started into the overall round. Up next, we will have Mr. Emile Dravid.
Mr. Emile, Jet, Kune. Junbi. Si Jet. Arrow. Jet. Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Emile Dravid from Northwestern University. He's our 6th competitor in the semifinals round. Emile is a computer science major at Northwestern, looking to graduate in 2023. He's also a teammate of Eric Gunn. Very excited to have them here this evening. Emil receives a 3.13. Combined with his 4.10 presentation, gives him a 7.23. Places Emil in the third position of the standings for the semifinals this evening. Our next athlete is Bailey Ong.
John, Juliet, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Kune. Thank you, sir.
And representing Rutgers Taekwondo, that is Bailey Ong, one of our male collegiate black belts joining us in the semifinals. Bailey is working on his degree in music, looking to graduate in 2024. In addition to Taekwondo, Bailey also enjoys music, cooking, and video games. Today, Bailey receives a 2.73 accuracy score for his Taeguk 8 here in the semifinal round. And as a reminder, the 2 scores in red are the high and the low, which are dropped, and the 3 remaining scores are averaged to come up with their presentation and accuracy. Tonight, Bailey receives 3.83 for a combined score of 6.57. And next up, we will have Jeremy Su.
Mr. Su, Juliet, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, Kune. Thank you, sir.
And that was Jeremy Su from Columbia University. We have 15 competitors this evening. They're all performing Taeguk 8 as they work their way through the semifinals. Jeremy receives a 3.0 accuracy score and a 3.97 for his presentation, combined for 6.97. That puts him in the 5th place standing as we continue to work our way through the round. Next up, we will have Mr. Tyler Didolf.
Didolf, Chuck, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래. Thank you, sir.
And from SUNY Cortland, that was Tyler Didolf, continuing our great series of performances in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals division. Tyler receives a 2.97 accuracy score. Great work by Tyler and all of our competitors. It's a very large division this evening with a lot of great competition. All of our athletes working hard, and Tyler receives a total score of 6.83. That places him 6th place in the current standings. Next up, we have Mr. Justin Marr.
Mr. Marr, Chuck, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래. Thank you, sir.
And that was Justin Marr, one of the athletes joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Justin tonight receives a 2.73 for his Taeguk 8 performance. That'll be combined in just a moment with his presentation scores. After Justin, Mr. Dario Bernal will be up next. Justin receiving a 6.50 for his Taeguk 8 performance. Thank you, sir. And up next, we have Mr. Dario Bernal.
Bernal, Chuck, Kune. 준비. 시작. Bravo. Shoot. Good. Thank you, sir.
And from Cornell University, that was Dario Bernal. Dario was our 11th competitor in the semifinals here for the male collegiate black belt Poomsae division. Dario receives a 2.93 accuracy score. We have a total of 15 competitors in the semifinals. As we progress through the competition, you'll see updates in the standings. Dario receives a 3.8 for his presentation, combined with his accuracy, that gives him a 6.73. So out of the competitors that have gone thus far, that places Dario in the 7th position ranking. We have a few remaining competitors, and up next will be Jason Dahlberg.
Mr. Dahlberg, cheer up. Good. 준비. 시작. 바로. Good. Thank you, sir.
And from UT Austin, that's Jason Dahlberg. Jason is working on a degree in geology and looking to graduate in 2024. And Jason receives a 3.23 accuracy score. Following Jason, we do have 3 remaining athletes, but first, Jason's score of a 7.40 for his Taekwondo gate of the competitors that have gone thus far puts him in the 1st position for the standings. Nice work, Jason. Up next, we will have Mr. Sean Lee.
Lee, cheer up. Good. 준비. 시작. 바로. Good. Thank you, sir.
And that was Sean Lee from Just Taekwondo performing Taeguk 8. He's the 13th competitor this evening in the semifinals, receiving a 3.17 accuracy score. We do have 2 remaining competitors this evening, Mr. Jae-Woo Lee and Dylan Do. Top 8 competitors will move on to the finals. Sean Lee this evening receiving a 7.23 that places him in the 5th position of the standings thus far. Nice work, sir. Our next competitor is Jae-Woo Lee.
Mr. Lee, Chet, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chet, Cadet. Thank you, sir.
And now it's Mr. Jae-Woo Lee joining us from Rutgers University. Mr. Lee receiving a 3.13 accuracy score. We have 1 remaining competitor in the semifinals division, in the semifinals round tonight of this male collegiate black belt Poomsae division. And Jae-Woo receives a 4.07 presentation score that gives him a 7.20, putting him in the 6th position with 1 competitor remaining, and that competitor is Mr. Dylan Do.
Mr. Do, Chet, Cadet. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chet, Cadet. Thank you, sir.
And that was Mr. Dylan Do from the world-class Tiger Eye Taekwondo School. He is our final competitor in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals round. Top 8 competitors in this round will move on to the finals. A lot of these athletes have been working hard. They started off in the preliminaries with 29 athletes, so lots of great work to get to this point. And Dylan receives a 6.90 for his Taeguk 8 performance. Thank you, Dylan, for joining us. Great work by all of our athletes here in the semifinals. Top 8 athletes are going to be moving on to the finals. That finals round will be taking place right here in ring 2. Looking forward to finishing up the competition with that great great final round for the male collegiate black belts. Great work to everyone. It's been a full competition this evening, and we're grateful to the National Collegiate Taekwondo Association for putting together this event, and to all of our athletes. For the 8 athletes who are moving on to the finals, please stay in the Zoom room. The call order for the finals will be displayed on the screen in just a moment. And welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. In just a little bit, we'll be starting the Male Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals. Lots of great competition in this particular division. We've had 29 athletes who have worked their way through the preliminaries, just finished up the semifinals, and our 8 athletes will be moving on to the finals. In just a moment, we'll have that call order on the screen and give our athletes an opportunity to get prepared. So stick with us for just a few more minutes. We'll get started with the finals round. And the call order is up. We're going to get started with the finals in just a couple minutes for the Male Collegiate Black Belt Division. This is the final group to go here in Ring 2, and we just want to pause for a moment and say thank you to not just the NCTA team that put together the tournament today, but also to our outstanding judges for being here. We've had a great group from across the globe. 11 international referees joined our team of national referees as well, working together from across the globe to put on a great tournament. Thank you to all of them for their professionalism and their commitment to our sport. Our call order this evening for the finals will be Mr. Jeremy Su, followed by Mr. Jae-Wong Zhong, and then Jae-Woo Lee. Those gentlemen will get us started this evening of our top 8 competitors. Those 8 competitors will be vying for those top 4 spots. So we're looking forward to a great final round this evening. First up, Jeremy Su.
Sorry, we had mute on. Could you call it again?
Yes, first up this evening, we have Jeremy Su.
체류, 흥이, 준비, 시작! 바로 시오.
And that was Jeremy Sue from Columbia University. And Jeremy receives a 6.93 for Gumgong. This is the finals, so give us just a moment. We're going to make an update to the screen, and Jeremy is going to perform a second Poomsae. We have 8 great competitors here in the finals this evening. Ring 2 will also be hosting the closing ceremonies right after we finish up this segment of the competition. So Jeremy's score 6.93 for Gumgong, and he will perform his next Poomsae in Shipjin.
전력. 준비. 시작. 바로 전력. 경기. Thank you.
And thank you, Jeremy. Once again, Jeremy is joining us from Columbia University. We're here in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae finals. Top 8 competitors have moved on from the original 29 that started out in the division. So lots of great work by the athletes today. Jeremy's first score of 6.93 for Gumgong, and he just performed Shipjin. In just a moment, we will have scores from the judges. Following Jeremy, we will have 7 additional athletes competing here in the finals. And then after the finals, the closing ceremonies will take place here in Ring 2. So we hope you will stick around and join us for that ceremony. We've had a lot of great competition across 4 rings this evening, and a lot of gratitude for the NCTA board and Master Chuang, as well as Grandmaster Kim, for all of their help in making the competition happen. Poomsae score, of course, is following the WT standards. For accuracy and presentation of the 5 scores entered, the high and the low score are dropped, which show in red on the scoring screen. 3 remaining scores are then averaged together to receive an accuracy and a presentation score, with Jeremy starting off this evening with a 2.97 for Goomgong and 3.97 presentation for Goomgong. That puts him at 6.93. In just a moment, we'll also have his Shipjin scores. After Jeremy this evening, we will have Jae Woong Jong, followed by Jae Woo Lee. And for Jeremy, we'll have his scores. Accuracy scores have just popped up. He received a 3.07 for accuracy for his Sipjin. And the judges are putting in the presentation scores. And with 7.23, that comes together with his previous Poomsae for 7.08. We're off to a good start tonight with Jeremy's score. Up next is Jae Woong Jong.
저기요. 형님. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시험.
And that was Jae Woong Jong joining us from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Starting off with a 3.13 accuracy score for Goomgong. Jae Woong is working on his degree in psychology from the U.S. Military Academy, receiving a 4.20 presentation score, giving him a 7.33. And next up, Jae Wong will perform Sipjin.
Carry 준비. 시작. 바로. 저요. 흥이. Thank you.
And that was Jae Woo Zhang from the United States Military Academy at West Point, our second competitor today in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae finals, receiving a 3.17 score for accuracy in Sipjin. We'll have his presentation score in just a moment. All of our athletes today in the finals are performing 2 designated forms. Those scores are combined to determine their final. And Jae Wong receives a 7.38 overall final score. He is our second competitor with 6 remaining athletes. Next competitor will be Mr. Jae Woo Lee.
저요. 흥이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시험.
And that was Jae Woo Lee performing Goongong, his first Poomsae in the Male Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals here at the NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. It's our final division today. Following Mr. Jae-woo Lee Gong performance, he will perform Sip Jin next. And he receives a 7.17, off to a good start. And up next is Jae-woo Lee with Sip Jin.
Cheerio. 준비. 시작. 바로. cheerio. Finish. Thank you.
And that was Jae-woo Lee from Rutgers University performing Sip Jin, his second Poomsae in the finals today. Previous score of 7.17 for Gong, receiving a 3.10 for Sip Jin. For his accuracy score, we'll have his presentation score in just a moment. And 4.10 for presentation, giving him a 7.2. Final overall Poomsae score for Mr. Lee is 7.19. As we work our way through the competition for the finals this evening, we'll see updates for their standings. In just a moment, we'll have Mr. Emil Dravid up next. Apologies. Up next, we will have Mr. Sean Lee. He is up next in the standings. Mr. Sean Lee.
cheerio. Finish. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
That was Sean Lee from Just Taekwondo performing Gumgong, first Poomsae this evening for Sean in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae finals. He is our fourth athlete of the 8 athletes competing in the finals, receiving a 3.07 accuracy score. We'll have his presentation scores in just a moment. And Sean receives 4.03 presentation score, giving him a 7.10 for his first Poomsae. Sean will now perform Sipjin as his second Poomsae.
체육. 준비. 시작. 바로. 체육. 경희. Thank you.
And Sean Lee joining us from Just Taekwondo, performing his second Poomsae in the finals. Previous score 7.10. Sean is our fourth competitor in the finals, one of 8 hardworking athletes who have made their way through the multiple rounds for the male collegiate black belt division. We had started off with 29 competitors, so great work to all of the gentlemen who have made it this far. Sean receiving a 3.17 accuracy score. Combined with a 4.03 of presentation, that gives him a 7.2. Overall score for this round, Sean received 7.15. Our next athlete in this round will be Mr. Emil Dravid. And as a reminder, you'll see the standings update as our competitor scores come through.
체육. 경희. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시오.
And that was Emil Dravid from Northwestern University performing his from Northwestern University performing his first Poomsae here in the finals for the male collegiate black belt division, receiving a 2.97 for Gumgong. And a 4.17 presentation score, starting off with the 7.13. Emil will now perform his second Poomsae.
Drill. 준비. 준비. 시작. 바로. 체력. Thinking. Thank you.
From Northwestern University, that was Emil Dravid performing his second Poomsae in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae finals this evening. Emil is also working on his degree in computer science and looking to graduate in 2023. Emil receives a 3.20 accuracy score for his second Poomsae performance. All of our athletes in the finals do perform 2 Poomsaes, and he receives a 7.4 for a final score of 7.27. We'll have the standings up on the screen in just a moment. And there we go. Starting off the rankings, we have Mr. Jae-Wol Zhang, followed by Emil Dravid, 7.27 up there in the second standing, with a couple remaining athletes. Actually, 3 remaining athletes. Up next, we have Mr. Casey Liu.
체력. 행위. 준비. 시작. 바로 시오.
From University of California, the Merced campus, that is Casey Liu performing Gumgong, his first Poomsae here in the finals. Great work for all of our athletes in the finals today. We have a couple remaining athletes. But first, Casey Liu's score, he receives a 3.23 accuracy score. Combined with a 4.2 for his presentation for a total of 7.43. Up next, Casey will perform Sipjin for his second Poomsae.
준비. 시작. 바로 체력. 흥이. Thank you.
And that was Casey Liu, our sixth competitor in the male collegiate black belt Poomsae finals, performing his second Poomsae of Sipjin. Previously performed his first Poomsae with 7.43 score, and for second Poomsae receives a 3.23 for accuracy. We do have two remaining competitors in the division after Casey. And I hope that after the finals here for the collegiate black belt males that you will continue on in the ring to join us for the closing ceremonies. Casey Liu received 7.53 on his second Poomsae. That combines to give him a 7.48 final score. That 7.48 does put Casey at the top of the rankings with two remaining athletes to go. Next up, we have Mr. Justin Chen.
체력. 흥이. 준비. 시작. Battle. Chill.
And that's Justin Chen from California State University at Fullerton. He's part of Team Eagles Taekwondo. First Poomsae this evening, Gumgong. We do have one remaining competitor after Justin, but first his scores for Gumgong, and then he'll perform his second Poomsae for the judges. So starting off with a 2.70 accuracy score. And combined with this 4.10 presentation, that gives him a 6.8. Justin will now perform his second Poomsae.
Cheerio. Jimmy. You check. Battle. Cheerio. Finish. Thank you.
That was Justin Chen performing his second Poomsae. He's from California State University, Fullerton. Previous score of 6.80 for Gumgong. He is our 7th competitor here in the finals for the male collegiate black belt Poomsae division. Receives a 3.13 accuracy score for Sipjin performance. And a 4.13 for presentation. That combines to give him a 7.27. Overall score for the finals tonight for Justin is a 7.04. And we have one remaining competitor. That remaining competitor is Jason Dahlberg.
Cheerio. Clean. Jimmy. Check. Hello. Chill.
From UT Austin, that is Jason Dahlberg. Jason is working on his major in geology and looking to graduate in 2024. Starting off with his first Poomsae, receiving an accuracy score of 3.10. Combined with a 4.33 for presentation, he receives a 7.43. Jason will now perform his second Poomsae for the final round.
Chill. To me. 시작. 바로. 체력. 승희. Thank you.
From UT Austin, that's Jason Dahlberg performing his second Poomsae. Jason's our last competitor in the finals division this evening for the male collegiate black belt division. Starting off with a 7.43 for Gumgong. He just finished up his Sipjin performance, receiving a 3.13 accuracy score. And combined with a 4.13, that gives him a 7.27 for his second Poomsae and a final score of 7.35 for Jason Dahlberg. And congratulations to all of our athletes for moving on into the finals, and to our top 4 athletes. Our 2 third place finishers today is Emil Dravid and Jason Dahlberg. Nice work, gentlemen. Second place finish, Mr. Jae Wong Zhang. And first place, congratulations to Mr. Casey Liu. Great competition this evening. All of our male collegiate black belts working hard, working their way up from the original 29. Very proud of all of you, and thank you for your time and commitment. We also want to take a moment to thank the NCTA board for coordinating a great event, and to all of our volunteers, including the volunteer judges, for their dedication and support, with a special thank you to Grandmaster Kim, Master Chuang, Master Sarathi, William Etsy, and Jamie Schulte. And if you stick around for just a moment longer, right here in Ring 2, we will be hosting the closing ceremonies for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships.
right. And once again, thank you so much to all of our viewers, and thank you for tuning in and supporting this event. Stick with us here with the closing ceremonies, where we'll be starting with the final results from the day. And after that, we'll go with some closing remarks from Master Chuang. We'll be with you very soon. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is NCTA TC Chair Tara Sarathi here with some amazing collegiate results from today's tournament. So first, I just want to say thank you all so much for taking the time to compete today. We really appreciate it. And thank you so much, staff, for being so incredible and so amazing. I promise to make this quick because I know it's late and it's way past my bedtime. All right, so collegiate white-yellow Poomsae results. For females, we have Anna Thornton from UVM, Sally Hoey from Cornell, Min Soo Yang from West Point, and Bessa Ibrahimi from West Point. Woo! Yeah! You guys are all super amazing, awesome! Woo! And for male white-yellow belt results, we have Carrie King from Northeastern University, Lucas Periscondo from West Point, Ethan Jennings from West Point, and John Ross from West Point. Woo! Yeah! Let's go, guys! Woo! And for collegiate green belt Poomsae results, and we're on the female side, we have Angela Gao from MIT, Alyssa Falk from Everett Community College, Tiffany Liu from MIT, and Karina Laura from MIT. Yeah! Woo! You guys are the most incredible people ever! And male green belt results. It looks like we have an MIT sweep with Jonathan Roach, Tejas Shankar, Jared Yosef, and Mahir Kambe. Yeah! Woo! Let's go, guys! Yeah! And for the collegiate blue belt Poomsae results, on the female side, we have Christina Lee from Cornell University, Jiaru Chu from Princeton University, Jenna Rotherham from Cornell University, and Olivia Peterson from the University of Vermont. Let's go, guys! Yeah, you guys all looked amazing today. Woo! And in the male blue belt results, we have John Parker from West Point, Connor Borick, and Hangzhou Piao from the University of Vermont. Yeah! Woo! Let's go, guys! And for the red belt Poomsae results, on the female side, we have Lainey Flanagan from MIT, Alexander Vernick from MIT, Eunice Choi from Cornell University, and Amina Shikaliveva from Cornell University. Yeah, let's go, guys! Woo! And on the male red belt side, from first place, we have Mukhtar Fall from MIT. Second place, Rizo Rakamanov from Cornell University. Third place, Rinku Chin from Cornell University, and Richard Sung from West Point. Yeah, woo! Let's go, guys! And lastly, in our black belt division, on the female side, we have Sylvia Xiao from Rutgers University, Yuram Jiang from the University of Birmingham, Elizabeth Zhao from MIT, and Haley Ra from Baruch College. Yeah, let's go, guys! You guys are all so awesome! And on the male black belt Poomsae results, we have Casey Liu from University of California, Merced, Jiwang Jiang from West Point, Jason Dahlberg from UT Austin, and Emil Dravid from Northwestern University. Woo! Yeah, guys, you guys are all so cool and amazing. And now for the kicking challenge results. On the women's side, for female white, yellow, green belt, we have Bessa Ibrahimi from West Point, Ivy Mock from West Point, Nicole Gontanas from Princeton, and Angela Von Treese from West Point. Yeah, woo, you guys are awesome. The male white, yellow, green belt division. In first place, we have Jonathan Roach from MIT. Second place, John Ross from West Point. And in third place, Seth Quakenbush from West Point and Tejas Shankar from MIT. Yeah, let's go, guys, woo! And the blue-red belt divisions. On the women's side, in first place, we have Lanny Flanagan from MIT, Eunice Choi from Cornell University in second place, and third place, Amina Shikoliva from Cornell and Rachel Brotherton from Cornell. Woo! Yeah, you guys are all awesome! And in the male blue-red belt division, in first place, we have Rinkyu Chin from Cornell University. Second place, Rayshard Thompson from Cornell University. Third place, Jeremy Good from West Point. And in third place, Richard Sung from West Point. Woo! Yeah, guys, you guys are all amazing. Woo! And lastly, in the black belt kicking challenge division, on the female side, in first place, we have Haley Kim from Cornell University. Second place, Elizabeth Zhao from MIT. And in third place, Angela Jen and Katie Lynch, both from New York University. Woo! Yeah, guys, you guys are all amazing. And in the male black belt division, in first place, we have Dario Bernal from Cornell University, Joshua Koh from West Point, Dylan Doe, and Peter Tran from MIT. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. Woo! And for our top athlete awards, best female athlete goes to Sylvia Xiao from Rutgers University, and best male athlete goes to Casey Liu from the University of California, Merced. Woo! Yeah, guys! You guys are awesome! Congrats! Yeah! And for the school awards, we actually have a tie for second place with 26 points each. The first second place winner is Cornell University. Woo! Yeah, Cornell fight team, huh? Cornell fight team, huh? Cornell fight team, ha ha ha. And our second place with 26 points is the United States Military Academy at West Point. Yeah, let's go Army, woo! And in first place with 30 points, we have Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. Woo, yeah, MIT, huh? MIT, huh? MIT, ha, ha, ha. And that is it for results. Thank you all so much for a wonderful day, and I will pass it on to President Master Dan Chuang for closing announcements.
Hello, everyone. Wow, what a day. Oh my gosh, I saw so many wonderful, competitive, up and down contests going back and forth with lead changes from prelims to semis and to the finals. I saw athletes really putting everything out there. The kicking challenges were so entertaining for me, both from the youth divisions as well, especially in the collegiate divisions, where there was just so much creativity there. So many people made more of that challenge than I originally thought was possible as well. So I really commend everyone's creativity and hard work. And I especially want to thank everyone who stuck with us for through a long day. I don't know if you all know, but we actually rolled out some really bleeding edge new tech for this tournament, and it actually worked out much better, I think, than we could have expected. But of course, there were a few bumps along the road, and I really appreciate everyone for just being patient. Anytime you bring people from halfway around the world together, there's bound to be a couple of misconnections, but I think all in all that what was delivered was outstanding quality today, both on the referee side, the tournament committee side, all of the volunteers, and of course the athletes. You all did phenomenal. So thank you, everyone. A special shout out to the collegiate athletes out there. If this is your last tournament of the year, especially those people who are seniors graduating, I hope that you treasure a day like today when you could step out, even if it was a virtual field, on the same field with your peers from across the country, and give it your best in this athletic endeavor. And I think athletics at the collegiate level is all about development as a human, development as a person, development as a leader and as a peer. And I love seeing that expressed today out on the field. So again, thank you, everyone. I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more pleased with how this tournament went. And again, congratulations to everybody. All right, everyone get some rest. Thank you so much.